Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx, webinar, and online digital platform and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentation to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. My name is Isaac Lallouz and I'll be chairing the hearing. Panel members joining me today are Ms. Satarodi, Ms. Manning, and Mr. Hunt. City staff assisting us and moderating the platform are Simon Lam, who is the Acting Deputy Secretary Treasurer, Chris Pereira, and Alex Chu. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. Committee members will be participating by video, and registered participants will connect by audio only. Participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Committee members, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. For land acknowledgement, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provision of the zoning bylaw, permission to extend or alter legal non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications by appeal and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto local appeal body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure today will be as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter directly for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when the 5-minute mark is reached. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to receive a notice are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or in opposition to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker at the end of their presentation. When the speakers are finished, the applicant agent has the opportunity to address only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion and the application will be taken to committee for decision. Now, I don't have any minutes here for adoption on my list. And for this session, for this morning session only, members or staff, any conflict of interest to declare? No? Okay. So I understand we don't have any application to close. And for deferrals, we have a couple deferrals this morning. We have item number 12, which is 79 Brentcliff Road, application number 12. And here we have the agent. Michael Lafreniere, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good morning. Could you please state your full name and address for the records here?
Michael Lafreniere, 951 Ossington Street.
Thank you. I understand you're asking for deferral. Could you please tell the committee what's the reason for the deferral?
Yes, we're seeking to build a detached garage, and there are some trees in behind the garage, and we've been going back and forth with urban forestry and the arborists, and we're not yet sure that the rear wall of the garage is in the right location. So
Okay.
if we need to move the garage forward a little bit more to give the trees a bit more protection, then our front yard setback, which is our only variance, would need to be lessened.
Yeah, that's fine. That's for possible changes. Okay. Now, we have on the system here, Gary Brewer. Are you there? Mr. Brewer, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Gary Brewer, 77 Brentcliff Road, Toronto.
Okay. You heard, please, what's happening. The applicant is asking for deferral, meaning if we defer it, we're not going to discuss it today. So you're okay with that?
Absolutely. I'm very much in agreement with the proposal to defer.
Thank you. Okay, members, any question? Members, I don't see them.
No question.
I hear you, but I don't see. Okay, no question for the applicant who's asking for deferral. Now I need to see a hand. We have some problem here, but I don't see you. I want to see who's making the motion. Okay.
Ron Hunt
Ron Hunt.
will make the motion.
To defer Sanidai, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose to defer this sine die to give the applicant the opportunity to further discuss the positioning of the garage.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Manning, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. Ms. Lafreniere, your application is deferred sine die, and you check with the staff when it comes back, okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start with application number 1, which is Garthdale Court, application number 1. And here we have here Siroj Kalustian. Are you there? Siroj Kalustian, are you there?
Here.
Yeah. Could you please?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and address for the records here?
It's Sarush Kalusian, 1800 A Avenue Road.
Thank you. So we don't have anybody else registered here, but we still need your presentation. We have here consent for severance, and we have here two variance applications, 3 variances, and part 2 has 5 variances. The staff has standard condition, and transportation has no objection except for recommendations. So could you please make your presentation, and we'll give you the 5 minutes required, okay?
Sure, Mr. Chair. In essence, what we're proposing here is an existing lot that has 6 units, building with 6 units, 3 on each side with a fire-rated wall in the middle. and we're essentially splitting the lot right down the middle through the firewall. And we're not changing anything from what's currently there. We're not proposing anything different. Everything remains the same. So when we started this process, we did go through the housing department, met with the council hearing. All that's gone through. And we're at the point of now waiting for the consent to go through so that we can proceed with the final stages. And obviously through this severance, there's some minor variances that are coming up on both sides.
Okay, so you're looking for the approval for consent and the two variances applications, which is part 1 and part 2. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, we're going to...
We are...
Yeah.
Sorry, we are also aware of planning staff's comments, recommendations, and also transportations.
Yeah. Yeah, transportation has the recommendations, but they have no objection. Okay, members, any question for this applicant? Okay, now I see you. Any question? If no question, can I have a motion, please? I don't see any hands. Oh, Ms. Satarudi, sorry, I see your hand. Please go ahead.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve the consent application and also the variance is subjected to the staff the recommendation and condition, and then engineering department report and transportation tied to transportation report. That's my motion.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Manning, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Sir, unanimously, your application is approved.
Thank you.
With those conditions. Okay, number 2, which is Chatfield Drive, application number 2. And here we have Mr. Oh boy. Okay, Franco Romano, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, Action Planning, 2095 Autumn Breeze Port Credit.
Thank you. Okay, we have here, okay, this is an application, consent for 2 lots, 2 and 4 items, variances in 2 applications, forestry, no condition, engineering report has the recommendations. We have 3 letters of objection, and the councillor is recommending refusal. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people registered to speak. And so please make your presentation. We'll give you your 5 minutes first, and then we'll call the area residents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to make some changes. There's a couple of revisions to the variances that are associated with the revisions that were submitted in May, and that's for parts 3 and 4. So that is variance application A4322. And that is to remove the lot coverage variance. So variance number 1 for lot coverage on part 3 and 4 is removed.
Is that the one that's asking 21 square feet?
No, sir. That's the lot coverage variance for parts 3 and 4. 25% is permitted and 26.6% was proposed.
Okay, so you're removing that, okay?
Correct. And then the second change on that same proposal, part 3 and 4, is variance number 2. The platform area changes from 14.4 square meters to 12 square meters.
From 14.12 to how much again?
From 14.4 to 12 square meters.
To 12, okay. Okay, those are
So-
the, yeah.
So if we can go to my presentation slide number 1, please. This is a site plan. So this is a proposal for a lot that is a through lot. It has frontage on Chatfield Drive and it has frontage on Bond Avenue. And I'm not sure if staff can bring up my presentation slide number 1, please. It's a site plan drawing.
Staff are just bringing it up right now. You could continue with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. So it's a through lot. The Chatfield Drive lot frontage stays the same. The Bond Avenue lot frontage stays the same. And what you'll see is that both Chatfield Drive and Bond Avenue have street frontage, as well as dwellings that front onto those streets. On Bond Avenue, we have detached dwellings, as well as townhouse dwellings, and the townhouse dwellings are across the street. What we'll see on the site plan drawing is that through the processing of the application, the revisions that were undertaken protect all 14 trees that have been inventoried. So the first proposal involved some tree removal and tree injury, but through the process, we've worked with urban forestry and staff, and we revised the proposal so then all 14 trees are being protected. On the Chatfield Drive property, we'll see that the dwelling has a front yard setback that is
Are you still there? I think we lost him, huh? Mr. Romano, are you still there?
Mr. Chair, he still shows up on the call.
He's what?
He still shows up on the call. His mic is unmuted. Franco, if you can hear this, please log out and try logging in again. We are having trouble hearing you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're having some difficulty here on number 2. We'll be back to it. And in case Mr. Romano is listening, we are standing down this application until we get the sound set up. In the meantime, we go to application number 3, which is 12 Pinbury Avenue, application number 3. And here we have on application number 3, we have Steve Chan. Are you there, Steve?
Yes, good morning, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
good morning. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Steve Chan, 8 Marine Court.
Thank you. All right, so we have consent here for severance, 2 lots, engineering and transportation, no objection, recommendations only, forestry, condition number 3. Members do, I don't see the members. Members, do we need a presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chan, could you please make a fast presentation? We'll give you 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, the subject matter of this application had actually come before this committee in 2017, and actually a certificate of official had been signed and obtained by us. It's just was not registered within the 2-year period, so we have to do the technical thing again to make this application. It has been already approved by the OMB and the committee back in 2017.
Yeah. Okay.
And we have actually proceeded to construct 2 dwellings already, and everything has been approved by the building, all the relevant departments. So this is just to me, just a formality to make this application again.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have the information, Mr. Tarodi, if you read it. This was approved by the OMB, and the buildings are already built. So all they need is formality because they missed to register the consent. So it's a straightforward. So do you have any more question? No? Any question from the other members? If there is no question, can I have a motion, please? Miss Manning?
A motion to grant this application, subject to no conditions.
Thank you. There's only forestry and
Forestry.
huh? What? Yes, it's ECA engineering recommendation and forestry. ECS, they have recommendations. I mentioned it before.
Okay,
You're okay with that?
sorry, motion to grant this application, subject to forestry and engineering conditions.
Thank you. And second, Mr. Hunt, second, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay, Mr. Chan, your application is unanimous, subject to the forestry and engineering conditions.
Very much.
Can we check if the other one is here back? Mr. Romano, are you still there?
Yes, sir. I was cut off. I'm not sure how, but
I don't
I'm
know.
here.
I don't know. This, yeah, we have some problem here. So let's start. Let's go back, and we'll try to give you a little bit more than 5 minutes. So please go ahead.
That's okay. No, I appreciate that. So
Okay.
what we had done through the processing was worked to revise the drawings. So on the Bond Avenue dwelling, we flipped the dwelling so then the driveway no longer interferes with a private tree. So all of the city trees and all of the private trees are being protected. On Chatfield Drive, we worked to actually create what is basically an L-shaped or a flag-shaped dwelling. So what you'll see on the site plan that I showed in my presentation slide number 1 is that the front yard setback varies from 7.67 meters to 11.86 meters. So as we move from the top down, we'll see the other dwelling at the upper right next to 48 Chatfield, that has a 3.69 meter front yard setback. So we'll see that as we move to the site has at that corner about 8 or 9 meter front yard setback. Then there's a pinch point where we have 7.67. And then we'll see adjacent to the tree, the side yard, the front yard setback of that dwelling on Chatfield is where the existing dwelling is located. That's 11.86 meters. So that is exactly the same front yard setback that is on the site today. And we'll see that the dwelling next to it, 42 Chatfield, that is the property that has an 11.17 meter front yard setback. So the zone examiner basically just looked at one of the houses that are next door and said, that's your front yard setback. Whereas if you looked at both dwellings next door and you take the average, the front yard setback is actually closer to 7.1 meters or something like that. So there is a transition there, and it's shown. And if you look at my slide number 1, you'll see that that transition is being implemented by the proposal. So there's some concern, and the councillor has basically recommended refusal based on the front yard setback. But if you look at the site plan, and we'll see that the site plan shows that that transition is appropriate, still maintains a good streetscape, and the dwelling with the complying lot coverage can fit comfortably on the lot. So both lots fully comply with the zoning bylaw. So there's lot in terms of lot frontage, we'll see that 98% of the lots within the neighborhood are smaller than the proposed lot frontage for the Bond Avenue property, and 64% are smaller, or sorry, 32% are smaller than or equal to the 16.4 meter lot frontage on Chatfield, which is the existing lot frontage. So both lots comply with the zoning bylaw. That means that they conform with the official plan and they are in keeping with what's within, not only on the street, but in the neighborhood. So Bond Avenue is a street that has dwellings located upon it. And if, again, we'll look at slide number 1 of my presentation, you're going to see that there are at least 3 other detached dwelling properties on Bond Avenue that have resulted from a similar sort of land severance to what is being proposed for you today on 48 Chatfield. That is an oversized lot that's being subdivided into 2, so then one dwelling fronts onto the local street, Chatfield, or some of the other streets, Sandalwood, and then the other dwelling fronts onto Bond Avenue. So there are detached dwellings that front on the Bond. There are also townhouses that front onto Bond Avenue. So what is really proposed here is something that respects and reinforces the neighborhood physical character and represents an appropriate interface, not only with what's on Chatfield, but also on Bond Avenue. So there is a platform variance for both dwellings. For the Bond Avenue property, it's over top of the integral garage. So that's on the east side of the dwelling. There is a 1-story garage, and then there's a platform above that. That is next to rear yards facing Bond Avenue. No adverse impact. On Chatfield, it's tucked into the corner of the dwelling off of the bedroom. And again, there's no adverse impact. It's oriented towards the rear yard. So subject to any questions, what I would submit, sir, is that there's no planning staff concerns, no transportation, no engineering, no urban forestry concerns. And this is a proposal that is very respectful of the physical character of the neighborhood and is appropriate. Subject to any questions, sir?
Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to you because we have a lot of residents here who are registered to speak. So the first one is Nisat Kirkology. Are you there? Nisat?
Yes.
Okay, could you please state your name, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce it. So please tell us your name.
No, that's all right.
Your name and your
Neset Kırcalıoğlu, 24 Bond Avenue.
That's very clear. Okay, thank you. Now, could you tell us what's your concern about this application? You heard the... You heard the agent, and he changed a couple things, so tell us what's your concern.
First of all, I wasn't aware of that changes. It wasn't sent to me, so it was new for me. But my main concerns are about the trees, because the pathway to the garage has a problem with 2 trees, one city, one the tree of that land. And now new proposal is again passing through 2 city trees, which is a very narrow road, and that will block the main traffic on the road while turning in and out of the garage. At the moment, these are my concerns.
Okay. Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't want to interrupt you. We don't discuss the trees here because we don't decide on them. There is a condition here for forestry. They will have to respond to forestry and address all the concerns about the trees. We don't deal with them here. So, beside the tree, what other problem you had?
The problem is that using the garage.
Okay.
You know, making a turn to the garage and going out of that garage will block the Bond Avenue.
All right.
By traffic.
Okay. When we bring him back, he'll address the concern of the garage when we.
Okay.
But in the meantime, just stay there, see if any member has any question.
Thank you.
Question for the speaker? No. Okay. Next speaker is Sophie Robichaud. Are you there? Or Cameron Avestan. We have two names here registered, Sophie Robichaud and Cameron Avistan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is Cameron Avistan. Good morning.
Okay, yeah, we hear both of you. So who wants to speak? Sophie or Cameron? Which one wants to speak?
Sophie, let's go.
Sophie.
Sophie, go ahead.
Okay, Sophie.
Perfect, thank you.
Sophie, go ahead.
So-
Please tell us what's your concern about this.
So my name is Sophie Robichaud. I'm a resident at 48 Bradgate Road.
Thank you.
So my backyard is adjacent to the property in question. My concerns are first and foremost the severance of the land. It does diminish quite substantially the green space and area, which is the character of the neighborhood. The diminished green space will increase flood risks. That's a known fact. And part of the area characteristic was to have this green space all around through the parks and the properties as well. So that's one of the big concerns. In addition, having two properties on this lot means that it diminishes quite substantially our privacy with multiple neighbors. So instead of having 3 neighbors, we'll have 4 neighbors. The dwellings are planned to be 2 stories as well, so further diminishing the privacy. The recent changes explained by Mr. Romano were not provided to us in advance, so that's something that could have been nice to have before. The owner of the property has historically not come in touch with us about any of his plans, so he doesn't live in Toronto. We find that not very community focused. In terms of the new plans, I heard with the platform being on top of the garage, still has it's like a balcony overlooking into our backyard, so very diminished privacy there. To also address the concern of the previous gentleman that was concerned with the narrow garage way backing onto Bon. Bon is a street that has quite a bit of traffic due to the park, the baseball park that is in Bard Park. So lots of kids and families there. Having a driveway backing into the part of the street that is traffic prone is really dangerous or security issue. The houses that were mentioned, dwellings having current frontage on Bon, are at the extreme ends of the street where cars typically go at lower speed. In the middle of Bon, where this garage entry is planned, cars are not at low speed. And there's traffic and security issues from that perspective. So privacy, severance of the lot, security, diminished land to absorb rainwater and prevent flooding are the main concerns that I have for the group.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud. Yeah, when we bring the agent back, he'll address your concern about the green space and the privacy and the traffic and all that. In the meantime, I'll see if members have any question. Members, any question for this speaker? No. Okay, next speaker is Terran Folk. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, we're trying to get a hold of this person. You can move on to Pamela McCarroll.
He's not there, huh? Okay. How about Pamela McCarroll? Are you there? Pamela McCarroll, are you there? She registered.
Pamela, you are unmuted. You should be able to speak.
We'll go back to her. We'll go to the next one. Catherine Kelty, are you there? Catherine Kelty.
Oh,
Yeah, could you please state your name and address for us?
Hi there. My name is Catherine Kelty, and I live at 46 Bradgate Road. And this is right next door to 48 Chatfield. Mr. Romano had mentioned 2 properties on either side of 48 Chatfield, and we would be one of them, but our address is not on Chatfield. It is 46 Bradgate Road.
Okay.
So therefore, that's why the setbacks are different and cannot be compared. Also, I wanted to say that this home or this house was previously 44 Chatfield, but he had the number changed because it would scare away some buyers with their condition. Anyway, we have lived, or our family has lived in this neighborhood for 35 years. And in case you didn't know, the Ontario Heritage Foundation recognized Don Mills as a one-of-a-kind community. And I presume this is why so many communities in North America have tried to copy its design, because of the walking, the riding, and the beautiful green spaces throughout this community that all connect. I have also known this family for a very long time. His parents, George and Barbara Stronach, and they were the original owners. This neighborhood has many families that have come and stayed and are still here. Longtime residents just like me, and also new ones. And yes, some neighborhoods are changing for the good, but I do not feel that this change would be a good one. If Joel, the current owner, was building a house on this site for him to live in, I would gladly and most certainly work with him. But he lives outside of our city in Markdale, Ontario, over 150 kilometers away, and has absolutely no intention of living here. In October of 2018, I wrote to our then councillor, Jay Robinson, regarding the tree removals being carried out on this site. The councillor passed on my concerns to Tara Bobby with Tree Protection Plan and Review. And I feel Bill showed a very lack of respect to our city and its laws by cutting down so many healthy trees without permits and putting a little sign out on his back fence saying free firewood. Some of the trees on the property right now are over 80 feet tall, and some of the ones that were cut down were just as tall. And we have laws in this city for a reason, do we not? Anyway, during this time, we have invested a large amount of money and effort into our landscaping of this property, all for a southwestern exposure. Due to the extreme height requested in these applications, we would lose all of our natural light. What is Joel's intention in rezoning? Is he thinking he would like to add affordable housing to our city? I don't think so. It is to sell 2 parcels of land, thinking he could make twice as much profit. Making money is great, but at the cost of harming the unique character of our neighborhood? I don't know. Because this community needs protection, I think we should all stand up and fight this proposal.
Thank you.
I ask you to, is this something you want to take the responsibility in doing? I don't think so, and I hope you agree with me by refusing this application. The 2 properties on bond that were divided to have extra houses were extremely large properties. And if you were to go back and look at the originals from 1955, I'm sure that you could see the difference in the lot sizes. Thank you.
Thank you. You made a good presentation and almost your 5 minutes. And I like your presentation. You covered all North America and all the problems there. And the problem here that we look at the variances, and that's what we decide. The trees, we don't decide on them here. We look at the variances, and if they fit the bylaw, we approve them. Whether the person lives there or they want to sell the house, there is no bylaw against it that you should not construct a house if you don't want to live in it. So those are, if they didn't have these variances, they would still go build it and not ask you or ask us if they go according to the bylaw. And that's what we're going to be looking at. We're going to look at the variances and see what the members, if they have any questions. For Kathleen Kelty, do you have any question? No? Okay, the next one is Harry Vavaruzzo. Harry Vavaruzzo's.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hear me okay?
Yeah. Good morning. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, my name is Harry Vavaruzos. I live at 38 Chatfield Drive, Don Mills, Ontario.
Okay, thank you. You heard the agent proposal. Tell us what's your concern about it, and then we'll have him respond to the questions.
Like the other participants, I was surprised by some of the changes that were made. It would have been nice to have those in advance as well. But my major concern is strictly with regards to the severance. And I look at this as severance is not a minor variance. This is a variance, or the Committee of Adjustments job is to look at minor variances that are proposed, and two reasons why they wouldn't be minor is because they're either too large or too important. And I think in this case, the variance or the severance of the property are both too large and too important to the neighborhood and to the community and what's around it. The lots typically in the Don Mills community, average between 6,500 and 7,200 square feet as a lot, as in general. These lots, this lot being exceptionally larger, is a benefit and obviously attractive for lot splitting. But obviously the variances that are being requested beyond the severance is because they're not big enough for two lots of this in this neighborhood. So I think it's the variances and the severance that are being requested are to maximize the square footage of these lots in order for our neighbor to sell the lots and profit to the maximum that he can profit. So my concern is that this is not a minor variance, the severance, and it should be declined, and that the applicant should reconsider his application and what he's looking to do. The applicant's representative mentioned that there are 3 homes along Bond that have prior severances, and they are at the extreme ends of the street. And the reason they're there is because the lots are significantly larger and allowed for the severances to occur because the lots matched with the neighborhood. In this case, the lots do not match. They will become small lots, imposing on variances that will affect the immediate neighbors on all directions. And therefore, I oppose this application in its entirety, but specifically that the variance or the severance is not a minor variance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if the members have any question. Any question for this gentleman? Okay, so when we bring back the agent, we'll have him respond to these concerns, and then we'll make our decision. Now, the Pamela McCarroll, is she still there, or she's there? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, Dr. Pamela McCarroll. I live at 22 Bond Avenue.
Yeah.
I'm mostly concerned. I appreciate hearing the changes that are made regarding the trees. That's been a huge concern for my neighbors and I. We have been taking video footage and photo footage for the last, since 2014, in fact, because of our concerns about that. So I'm glad that that is being raised and will be dealt with elsewhere. However, I'm concerned mostly, and it's been touched upon by a couple of other neighbors, about the safety issue. Bond Avenue, it's a little bit misleading what Mr. Romano was saying about there being other detached homes along the block. Most of them are, the 3 detached homes are, or I guess therefore, they're on either end. It's a 3-block street. They're on either end, right next to stop signs. And they have driveways where cars can turn around and come out frontwards facing, right? Bond is an extremely busy street because people access Scarsdale Road from Bond instead of having to go through the very busy intersection of Leslie and York Mills, which is actually getting busier because there's now 2 huge high-rises going up there. So there are 5 schools, elementary and secondary schools along Scarsdale Avenue, 2 large churches, one of them over 1,000 members, 1 very large basketball school, as well as another neighbor mentioned, there's Bond Park at the end of Bond Avenue, which has 5 baseball diamonds. So that means the traffic along here has been a huge issue. We've had to call the city many times because people go so fast along here. We've had police presence there to try to slow them down. There are no other driveways along this sort of the central 2.5 blocks, 3 blocks between Leslie and Scarsdale, which is where the biggest issue is. And this proposed driveway is going right out in the middle of that. So there, we are generally concerned about how much traffic and how busy it is along here, and the fact that there would be a potentially the danger issue with driveway extending right into the midst of that is of grave concern. So I'm speaking against the severance of the property and also the request to build another property facing Bond Avenue with the driveway. None of the townhouse homes have driveways. It's all underground parking, right? And so that's where, and the picture you see of 33 Bond Avenue, that's at the far end, right near a stop sign, right by Bond Park, right? So it's quite a different thing. And then you see 3 Bond Avenue and 1 Bond Avenue there in the pictures. Again, that's right by Leslie, right, where there's the stop sign. So in between there is this massive area that becomes a bit of a speed zone. It's not a wide street, right? So I'm raising concerns particularly about that. And especially during the month September, obviously till June, in the mornings and the afternoons for children pickup. It's very, very busy along here, as well as through the summer months with the Bond Park 5 baseball diamonds between May and October. So it's hard to imagine how that could be navigated, putting in a driveway right in the midst of that 2.5, 3 block area that does so far doesn't have that. So I just raised that, and I thank the committee very much for taking seriously the concerns of the neighbors. Of course, I have the concerns about the trees too, but I understand that's not where we're looking into. The other thing, Mr. Romano did note that there's a change in the request for variance from 14 down to 12 square meters. I believe that's still beyond what the bylaw allows for. So I would want to have a chance to look at that again, as well as the changes that he's indicated at the hearing today to see these trees. As my neighbor also noted, the city trees that will be affected by the driveway, now that they're in full bloom, it's hard to imagine how they wouldn't be severely damaged. So again, thank you for hearing us out, and we trust in this process.
Very good. Okay, thank you. You also perfectly on your time on 5 minutes, so you're very good. So yeah, you summarize your the traffic is a problem, and what you think is the position of the garage will will increase that traffic problem. So that one with the change of the thing, we'll have Mr. Romano explain it, okay? In the meantime, I see if the members have any question. No question, okay. Is Theron Falk back or she's back? Him or she, I don't know. Theron Falk, are you there?
On Falk. If way across the road.
Okay, yeah, okay. Could you please, you heard what's happening. The neighbors talked against this thing. Anything different to tell us? Please go ahead.
No, I just want to emphasize one thing. During summertime, both sides of the street on Bond Avenue were lined up with cars. And if there's another driveway coming out, that would be very dangerous. Because Bond is a major artery to connect Scarsdale and York Mills and Leslie. And if they are lining up with cars and the driveway come out and the car running fast, I mean, that will be asking for disaster in front of my house.
Okay.
This is what I want to emphasize.
Okay. Yeah, so you're reflecting the comment of Dr. Macaron. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Any other thing?
This is what I can see, trouble coming.
This is what? Okay. All right. We'll have, if there is any question, we'll go to the agent to respond to those questions.
Mr. Chair, before we go to the agent, Cameron Avestan from 48 Bradgate Road would like to speak. Sophie Robichaud already spoke from that
Cameron, Sophie spoke, huh?
Yeah, but Cameron would also like to speak.
Oh, he also wants to speak. Mr. Cameron.
Good morning.
Yeah, good
Mr.
morning.
Chairman.
You, Miss
Cameron Avestan here, 48 Bradgate Road.
Okay. Sophie Robichaud covered her 5 minutes from the same household. What is it additionally you want to tell us here?
Yes. Yes. So thank you, the members of the board. I'm not against the development and changes in our city as we grow. However, the focus here, I think, needs to be on the scale and relation to the neighborhood and its residents, which could directly be affected by the changes and its amendment. So as the previous participants mentioned, there are a few issues, specifically the safety on bond. Number 1 and 3 are at basically the Leslie end of the bond. And number 33 is basically where the segment where traffic is really, really reduced. As one of the participants mentioned, the bulk of the traffic is between Leslie and Scarsdale. There is a lot of camps in the summertime, private schools, churches, and as well as the park bond. There is plenty of children on both sides, and basically the teams come in there and park on both sides. So I totally agree with the safety, as has previously mentioned. I'm not sure if city has done a traffic studies before actually approving such proposal, because there are racers on that segment as well. And if parks are parked on both sides, this will definitely be a hazard issue. In addition to that, number 1, first and foremost, is the severance of the lot. Severance of the lot is not a minor variance and should not be considered a minor variance. This will definitely have an impact on my property. The balconies are way above the allowable zone, which basically have reduced my privacy. So this is drastically reduced my livability and enjoyability of my backyard. As you have all known, for the past 2 years due to the pandemic, there is, people spend more time in their own space. This whole area of Don Mills is a community that, we enjoyed a little bit larger than normal lot sizes. But again, the city has spent resources and money and time and our taxes to replant and regrow these mature trees. One that I have to note is that the client has reduced and basically cut down one of the mature pines. And when I inquired from city what was the reason, they mentioned that this was a sec tree and it was not, healthy. I just find it very ironic that the number 4 on page 8 of my document, identical pine tree still standing, just to be cut down now. And this is one of the mature trees that has to be conveniently cut down due to the second lot facing Bond Avenue. In addition to tree number 4, there are 3 more mature trees that are proposed to be cut down. So all of these, we paid for these. These are parks, these are mature trees. And if we want to reduce this area to just concrete, we lose permeable land. This is area that is typically lower level, and there is definitely risk of flooding. There are quite a few houses here that have some pump in their basement. And I'm sure that you can probably research this on the city land. So going over this whole proposal, in no way this should be minor. I basically contend on all variances. The variances proposed absolutely not minor. They're not desirable for the development of this land. And I don't think the general intent and purpose of these city zoning coding bylaws would not be maintained at all. There are so many other, in addition to the safety, security, privacy, as other townhouse across. Mr. Romano mentioned that there is houses across, but I should point out that the garages and driveways are all at the back, at the lower level, not right in front. There is no street access for these garages to these townhouses. They have to actually go to the side street and go behind the townhouse. So these streetways that Mr. Franco Romano is proposing absolutely reduces the risk here for the children. Basically, risk is really high for children that are coming here all year around, play baseball, summer camps, and they always park there. And there is a nice walkway on the grass right now. Some of them actually walk their dogs. So if there is going to be a carway with car coming in and out and backing into the Bond, which is very busy street, this should be actually considered something that is very hazardous in terms of safety of these children that are coming to enjoy the park. So overall, I contend basically, and general intent and purpose of this official plan would not be maintained. So I have objection for all variances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Romano? Mr. Romano, are you still there?
Sir, I've just been unmuted. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm sorry we were interrupted by some, they wanted to speak again. So could you please cover those concerns?
Certainly, sir. So firstly, there are no minor variances associated with the land severance. So severance is permitted as of right, fully complies with the zoning bylaw, fully conforms with the official plan, and satisfies all consent criteria. Secondly, in terms of lot size, 3 Bond Avenue has a lot frontage of 27.4 meters and a lot area of 655 square meters. So the lot frontage is smaller than what is being proposed on the Bond Avenue property for this property, and the lot area is larger. By contrast, 1 Bond Avenue has a frontage of 18.76 meters. So that frontage at 1 Bond Avenue is about half the size of the lot frontage of the proposal that's in front of this panel today. So the proposal, and I can go on, number 33, Bond has a similar condition. So the proposal in terms of lot size, even though it's zoning bylaw compliant, conforms with the official plan, it's very much in keeping with what's on the street and respects and reinforces what's in the neighborhood. And you can see that on my page 3 of my slide. So if we go to the driveway, and that's, thank you kindly. So at the bottom, we show all the lots that are smaller than what's proposed at 32.1 meters frontage, and smaller or equal to what's proposed at 16.4 meters. And that's basically everybody. And that's clearly the townhouses across the street are smaller, but if you look at detached dwellings, they're all the same. In terms of the driveway onto Bond Avenue, if we go back to the site plan, you'll see that that driveway is minimized. It's 2 meters in width within the boulevard, and the boulevard itself is about 7 meters in depth. So there is no sight line concern there's actually a very broad path of sightline because you'll see even on that site plan that Bond Avenue runs on an angle. So somebody that's coming out of this dwelling onto Bond Avenue with a car, it's going to have a clear view towards Leslie, and there's no safety concern there whatsoever. Transportation Services have reviewed the proposal, the driveway location, because we has actually sent them two different driveway locations, and they say in their comments that they have no concerns. So there's no variance associated with the driveway, and we'll see that it protects all of those city trees. So if we go and if we actually look at the photographs above on that slide 1, we'll see that there are driveways that face onto Bond Avenue. And I don't know what one of those speakers was referring to in terms of being able to turn around. Only 33 Bond Avenue has a hammerhead. 1 and 3 Bond Avenue have a straight driveway in and out. And 1 and 3 Bond Avenue are right at Leslie. So if there's any safety concern, it would be somebody that's turning in from Leslie Street, all of a sudden hitting the driveway position of number 1 and number 3, which are right there, as opposed to the proposal, which has a driveway that has a clear view along Bond Avenue. So there's no safety concern, no issues regarding parking on Bond Avenue. In terms of trees, if we go to slide number 6, I believe it is. So bear with me 1 second. No, slide 7, it's the last slide. This shows that every single tree is being protected. Even the tree on 48 Chatfield in the lower right, that has, we have designed that dwelling so then it has a notch in the footprint, and that's where the 11.86 meter front yard setback is located. And we'll see that that is a position where the existing wall of the dwelling is. So there's no impact on that tree. Side yard setbacks are 1.8 meters up to about 7 meters. So there's a huge distance in between properties. There's no impact on flooding or water percolation because we have lot coverages that are 25, 24%, plus the broad boulevards. So there's no issues with respect to flooding or water percolation. And of course, we have compliance with building height, building length, building depth, side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, etc. In terms of the height variance on 48 Chatfield, that is a 9 centimeter difference from 7.2 meters to 7.29 meters. That in no way in shape or form is going to have any impact on anyone's sunlight, particularly when the building is going to be located 14 to 20 meters away from that neighbor that had raised a shadow concern. So I would submit, and in terms of the platforms, there's a 1.8 meter privacy screen that's proposed where the platform is not abutting the walls of the dwelling. So I would submit, sir, that there is no concern, no issues with respect to the severance, which is fully compliant with the bylaw and no variances associated with it. I would submit that the applications have no unacceptable adverse impact. Subject to any questions, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see what the members have to say. Any question for this applicant? No? Okay.
My question is in regards to variance number 2. You mentioned that there's a 1.8 meter privacy screen. How much is that going to help?
Mr. Romano?
So that is for parts 3 and 4 of the Chatfield Drive property. So what that ends up helping is when this platform is off of the bedroom. So typically when one is using that space, you're walking out and sitting down, maybe having a coffee in the morning, and that's about the level of activity. So you're not going to be able to see over the 1.8 meter privacy screen. And that, again, that platform is over 14, 20 meters away from a neighboring dwelling. So it does also help. Well, I'm 6'2", but my eyes are a little lower than that. So if I would have to stand right up against that fence in order to peer over. And that would be similar in kind to having a window where I can walk up to the window and look over. So the fact of the matter is that typically on a platform, you're using the space inside and not at the perimeter. So it's going to have a significant reduction and mitigation in terms of privacy overlook.
Any other question? No? Okay. So can I have a motion then, please? Mr. Tarodi, please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I was carefully listening to the applicant and all the neighbors, and to you, Mr. Chair, would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with this engineering condition and urban forestry condition, and also regarding the variance, as per applicant request, I would like to add the privacy screening on the on one side of the I forgot the east or west next to the bedroom of the property to provide privacy screen for the neighbors. So that's my motion.
Okay. Sorry, engineer, did you cover the platform that he changes from 14
Oh, yes.
to 12?
No, I forgot. So then, sorry, and the variance will be with the following changes to the variance. Variance number 1 to be removed, and variance number 2, it will be changed to 12 square meter space.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, second? Do I have a second? Yeah. Ms. Manning seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Hunt is opposing, but the application is approved subject to those changes that were mentioned, and also the forestry conditions, engineering reports, and and forestry. Mr. Romano, did you get that?
Yes, I did. Thank you kindly.
And the privacy screen.
Yeah, privacy screen. Right.
For part 3 and 4.
Right. Okay. Okay, so that's covered number 3. Now we're going into number 4, which is 48 Teddington Park Avenue, application number 4. And here we have we have here Carlo Pierozzi, the agent, right? Carlo, are you there? Or Michael Sullivan? Carlo Pierozzi or Michael Sullivan. Both are registered as agent and planner.
Mr. Chair, Michael Sullivan here. I'll let Carlos speak to start with, if I may.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan, are you there?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, my name is Michael Sullivan. I'm the president of Land Pro Planning Solutions, and I'm the planner on this file.
Okay, so you'll be talking about this file, right?
Yes, I will be, Mr. Chair. Are you able to hear me clearly, sir?
We hear you very well. So please go ahead and tell us. This is a new dwelling. You have 11 variances. Staff report is recommending to refuse it. Forestry condition number 3, and we have 15 letters of objection and 17 letters of support. So please go ahead and cover the merits of this application, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I have my slide deck up, please? Thank you very kindly. Next slide, please. So I want to show to the members of the committee, this is a family home. This is not a flip. This is where a family of 5 are going to live. They have bought the lot specifically due to its location, due to the neighborhood, and due to the proximity with the amenities in the area. On this slide, you can see the property in question is outlined in red with the house is proposed. And this slide shows the relative size of the house proposed in relation to its neighbors. I'll look specifically to the property to the left, and there is it's very similar in size to that. I recognize that city staff have recommended refusal. I hope to persuade the committee that to explain to the committee that it actually works on this property. Next slide, please. So members of the committee, this is the application being brought forth. It's a couple of renderings of the property, and I look to the photograph on the left, or the rendering on the left, shows the front yard of the house with a garage entry and the 3 floors being used there. Very tastefully designed. Likewise, in the rear of the property, which is the right-hand side, it's also very tastefully designed. I understand the applicant has worked significantly with city staff already, and his architect has worked with city staff as well to make this work. So, next slide, please. I would note this is a very unique design for a property with an underground connection between the front and the rear of the property. So you can see the front of the property, and I'll speak to FSI in just a moment. You can see the front. It's one house. It is not a house plus cabana. It is a single house connected by an underground, by a basement that extends between the 2 parts of the house. So the front of the house you can see is 67% or 0.67 FSI, and the rear of the house is 0.15 or 0.16 FSI. That's why we're asking for. It seems like such a large application or large variance, but it is actually looked at a little bit differently here. So we've got a unique design with the house. I note there is no cabana. I mentioned that. And I also note that it's actually not it is a slope roof. It is not a flat roof. This design shows slightly flat, but the architecture drawings on the property show it is indeed a sloped roof. If I may have the next slide, please. Here you can see elevation. So there's 2 major issues brought up by both city staff and by neighboring residents. One is the height of the building, and you can see that we are only 0.35 meters higher than the adjacent building, 175.5 meters as compared to 178.15. That's not a significant difference in my opinion. It is similar in size and massing. Again, to the neighbor's house, it's not a huge difference, just how the house is designed. If I may have the next slide, please. Thank you. So floor space index was brought up by the city. I understand their concerns. I have shown the committee previously with the drawings. This drawing, we've done a comparison for the area. And if you'll note, the red star identifies the subject property, and there's several other properties in the area with higher than the 0.35% there. If I may have the next slide, please. We note there's significant community support. We note 16 letters of support as well as letters of objection. Next slide, please. I'll get into the actual, because I only have 30 seconds left, I'll get into the summary of the issues. The issue about FSI and height, I've explained to that. The FSI is not out of character with the area. Excessive height, flat roof, it's only 0.35 meters higher than the neighbor. It is not a flat roof, it is a sloped roof. Removal of mature trees, there are only 3 trees are to be removed, and there's 6 trees on the property. Setting a poor precedent, I don't believe it does. And then the shading. And I see I've run out of time. I have one more page, if I may, Mr. Chair. Just my closing thoughts on this for the committee members. The applicant has made significant effort on this. 1 level will be built underground. The drawings demonstrate these efforts. the massing location of the property is similar to houses in the neighboring area, and the relationship of the housing is similar to the neighboring area. In the end, I believe this application meets the 4 tests for a minor variance. There are several minor variances, but I believe it meets the 4 tests and represents good planning and should be approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll be back to them because we have a good number of people who want to speak. Okay, so the first one here is Scott Stevens. Are you there? Scott Stevens?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
My name is Scott Stevens. I reside at 46 Garthdale Road, Toronto.
Okay. Could you tell us what's your concern about this application?
Yes, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. The staff report here concluded that the site's designated neighborhoods, which is the official plan policy 415. This policy requires that new development will reinforce and respect the existing physical character of the neighborhood, including prevailing heights, mass, scale, density, and building type. Prevailing in this case is determined by the most frequently occurring form of development. So I used this test when I reviewed the applicant's documents. So first to the question of visible respect for the physical character of the neighborhood. The view of the house, proposed house from the street, as you just saw from the applicant's rendering, does not look to me like it reinforces and respects the existing physical character of the existing houses on Teddington. Visually, it's a 3-story flat roof structure compared to the predominantly 2-story slope roof structures on the street. This is unprecedented and not minor in my view. The house to the east has, in fact, a flat roof, number 50, but it's only 2 stories, not 3, and is 7.89 meters high, not 12.47 meters high. This proposal would be the only building on the north side of Teddington to have a driveway and integrated house design visible on Teddington. This design does not visually or functionally respect the character of the houses on the street now. The major benefit of these houses on the north side of Teddington is that they back on Glen Echo, and this presents a rare opportunity of not having a garage visible from the street. This plan misses that opportunity. In fact, it proposes 2 separate garages on 2 streets and 4 housing spots for cars underground. Speaking of the garage on Glen Echo, this building is not subject to the performance standards for ancillary buildings because it's treated as being connected to the main house. However, the other garages on Glen Echo are treated as ancillary buildings, where the maximum allowable height is 3 meters, as opposed to the proposed 8.2 meters of this building. The garage is 2 stories, not 1, and 1 is prevailing. It has cooking facilities and bathrooms. It's basically designed to be function as a staff quarters. So this means it's required to have a setback from the rear yard of 14.55 meters versus the proposed 4.0 meters, and that's substantial. In terms of the massing of the proposed structures and how they reinforce and respect the existing physical character of the neighborhood, the proposed FSI of the house alone is 0.6786, which is a new large precedent, as opposed to the prevailing densities on the street of around 0.5 FSI. When the staff quarters with the FSI of 0.1557 is added to the FSI of the house, you get 0.83. And this is definitely a major variance and doesn't conform to policy 415. Again, according to the staff report, in terms of height, the requested building height is 12.17 meters versus the maximum allowable height of 10. The sidewall height proposed is 11.29 meters versus a sidewall height of 7.5. This excessive height causes overly large massing and doesn't conform to policy 415. The proposed building length of the entire structure is 42.7 meters versus the maximum as of right of 17 meters. So in closing, the TPRA agrees with the staff report. Our conclusion is that the most of the 11 variances are not minor, and as a whole, the proposal does not reinforce and reinspect the existing physical character of the neighborhood, including the prevailing heights, massing, scale, and density of the building type in nearby properties. Prevailing is being determined as most frequently occurring. So thus, the application does not conform to policy 415, fails the 4 planning test, and the TPRA respectfully requests that the committee refuse the application. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any question for this speaker? Okay, we'll get the agent back to address those concerns. In the meantime, we have the next one, who is Zachary Fletcher. Zachary Fleischer, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, sir. My name is Zachary Fleischer. My address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400.
I understand you're speaking on behalf of the owner of 50 Teddington. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. I'm here as agent on behalf of Miss Anne-Marie Tompkins, who is the owner of 50 Teddington Park, which is the neighbor to the east.
Okay, perfect. So please go ahead, tell us what the concern is.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. So we submitted a letter of objections summarizing our client's concerns and a presentation. I'd ask kindly that staff pull that presentation up. Simply put, this application represents an overdevelopment of the lot that is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and the variances individually and collectively do not pass the 4 tests. While it's characterized as one home for the purposes of the zoning examiner's notice, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And I think it's a stretch to say that that building at the rear is not an ancillary building. And in any event, the variances that result from characterizing it as one home are far beyond anything that's been approved in the neighborhood. And if we could just turn, sir, to the presentation that I submitted. And anyways, yes, thank you. A key objective of the official plan relating to neighborhoods, as Mr. Stevens referenced, is that new development must respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood. This application does not do so and would result in incompatible development that overwhelms neighboring homes and the streetscape and has rightfully generated considerable opposition from neighbors, residents association, local councillor, and city planning staff who recommended refusal. As you can see here, FSI variances have been granted in the immediate context on the street, ranging from 0.38 to as high as 0.628 for 36 Teddington Park, which you can see in the top left in the arrow pointing to it, although that lot is half the size of the subject property, which is seeking an FSI of 0.83. The rest of the FSI variances in the immediate context are all under 0.55, which is significantly lower than what's being sought, even if you only consider the main home. These original renovated and new homes coexist with each other in harmony and contribute to a stable but not static neighborhood, experiencing gentle infill growth. This application is anything but gentle and proposes what will be the largest home on the street in terms of height and FSI, which, along with the proposed 2-story ancillary building, will generate considerable built form and privacy impacts. And looking at the map, you can see that while most homes on this through lot block have a 1-story detached garage in the rear, there are precisely 0 examples of 2-story ancillary buildings. And if we quickly flip to slide 3, we can see photos of the other garages along Glen Echo Road, all of which are 1-story. On this point alone, the application fails to meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan, which requires that new development keep with the prevailing or most frequently occurring building types and massing. This building type, with its 2-story ancillary building at the rear, is not the most frequently occurring building type. In fact, it does not occur at all. The FSI variance, along with the height, sidewall height, depth, and length variances, will result in an overwhelming massing that will tower over our client's home, loom over their backyard, and negatively impact the streetscape. Moving to slide 2, which we have here, on the bottom left, we can see the elevations of the proposed 2-story ancillary building, which is around the same height as our client's home and exceeds the maximum height of a flat roof home in the zoning bylaw, despite in reality it being an ancillary building, or at least the impacts of it. The south and east elevations facing our client's backyard and home contain large floor-to-ceiling windows spanning the 2nd story and wrapping around the corner to afford expansive views into our client's backyard and home. This, along with the oversized 2nd-story balcony on the main house, directly overlooking our client's backyard with no side yard setback or privacy screen, will create significant undue privacy impacts on our client's property and provide for direct window-to-window views into their home. It just simply can't be seen as desirable for the appropriate development of the land, nor can it be seen as minor. Section 418 of the official plan provides that the zoning bylaw will set out performance standards that ensure compatibility, although this application was not subject to the performance standards which regulate ancillary buildings and completely ignores those standards designed to ensure compatibility. It also explicitly prohibits living accommodations within ancillary buildings, and while it's labeled as a garage cabana, it has an elevator, 2 bathrooms, 2 lounging areas, kitchen, a dining area, and a painting room with a walk-in closet and ensuite bathroom, which I can only infer is intended for habitation. Essentially, what we have here is 2 homes on 1 lot, and with respect to the larger of the 2 homes, the main house is proposed to be 12.17 meters tall, which is 4.27 meters taller than our client's home, and if we turn to slide 4, we can see what that would look like. Similar to whether the painting room with a walk-in closet, just the next slide, sorry, sir. Similar to whether the painting room with a walk-in closet and ensuite bathroom passes the smell test, while this house is technically considered to be a slope-proof house by the zoning examiner with a maximum height of 10 meters, it certainly looks like a flat roof home.
Sir,
to me,
you're reaching your 5 minutes. I'd like you to summarize, please.
Sure. So here you can see the proposal significantly towers over and dwarfs our client's home and the rest of the street. If you took the maximum height of a flat roof home and the maximum height of an ancillary building, add them on top of each other, it would still be less than the height that's proposed. This proposal significantly exceeds what's appropriate for the site, completely ignores the relevant performance standards in the bylaw, is not remotely in keeping with the area, character of the area, and does not pass the 4 tests. And for those reasons, sir, and subject to any questions, we respect that the committee refuse the application.
Okay, thank you. Any question? Next, we have Peter Corolles. Are you there? Peter Corolles?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please state your name and address?
Peter Corolles, 42 Teddington Park Avenue. I fully agree with the previous speaker's comments. I'm not going to reiterate everything that he said. I fully reject this proposal, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very professional. So you agree with the previous thing, and you
I reject the application,
and you
Chair.
You support the rejection. Okay, thank you. Next we have is Brian Boyd. Are you there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Brian Boyd, 60 Teddington Park Avenue.
Thank you. So tell us what's your concern, if something more different with what have been said already.
Yes, I would fully support the previous comments of Mr. Fleischer and the previous speaker. I believe that this is massively overscale for the property. I live 2 houses down, and just to bring to life a couple of points that have been mentioned, the rear cabana garage area, this will tower over the vegetation that separates and creates privacy between these properties. These are 184-foot deep properties, but the main house at the back that's proposed here will look directly above the foliage into our property, into our neighbor's property, and is a severe reduction in the privacy. And I don't think that should be that should be overlooked. The other key point around this is that the communication on this file has been somewhat limited because of the complexity. We as neighbors, we rely on the variance report from the city, as you might imagine. There is no variance for that rear building because of the way that it's assessed as part of the main property. And I would submit here that if there was more fulsome communication on that point, that a lot more people than you've already seen object, a lot more people would in fact object. So the other thing that I'd like to point out and reinforce from the previous speakers is the visibility. This is a heavily treed street, both front and back, and to take away from that green space, to alter the character and appearance of the street to create a redundant and separate garage should not be, that is a very significant request, and I would respect the committee considering that as well when every effort should be placed to actually improve green space. So I would just like to reinforce the previous speakers. There's no building of this height. The house at 46 is a sloped roof. It's not a flat roof. It in no way creates any kind of precedent. If you look to the main wall heights, which we would use as we walk the street as a precedent, and also to characterize what's similar between the buildings, this one is significantly over, as the previous speaker has pointed out, and creates a main wall height that would be a dangerous precedent. I'll leave it at that, and I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Any question for this gentleman? No? Okay, so the agent, could you please come back? Michael Sullivan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Okay, could you please address those concerns and respond to the objections here?
Certainly. The first aspect is reinforce and respect. All the speakers discussed about reinforcing and respecting the area. This property is a contemporary design, which sets a bit of a change for the area, but it refreshes it. It is still a large house on a large lot, and it is a house on a lot, is the first thing. As neighborhoods evolve, they change over time. That's what planners do. We manage change. The key difference on this property is it's contemporary design with a new style. Mr. Stevens and Mr. Fleischer in particular both identified two issues. One, the rear house, with the rear portion of the house, which is actually part of the house. It's not a separate accessory dwelling, as is being identified. I've looked at the architect's report on this one, the architect's drawings. I'm looking at them right now, in fact, and I guess it could be living quarters, but it is not designed that way. It's designed as a hobby area, and it's designed as a lounge area for guests of the owners to use. I don't see within the drawings any living space or proposed living space in there. That's the first thing. If in the future it's used for living space, that's the risk that the owners take, that it's against the bylaw. So I can't speak to that any further. I'm not aware of the owners having any staff for this, and if they did have staff, it would be, in my view, would be in the main part of the building, in the front part of the building. And I would say I've shown Mr. Stevens in particular talked about the FSI, and if we look at, and Mr. Fleischer provided a map, which I provided on my slide 6 of my presentation, which shows that there are other properties right across the road, just right across Glen Echo at 0.7, up the road at from Glen Echo at, thank you. So right across the road is 0.7. There are several others above the 0.35, and I can see on my drawing 3 of them at least that are above 0.7. So this is not as much of an increased setting precedent increase as might be considered. In terms of the overdevelopment of the lot, that's been a concern expressed by Mr. Fleischer on behalf of the neighbor. The house is indeed large, but it has been designed to complement the area. I note that there's been an arborist report that has been issued, issued for this, and there will be some tree loss. I believe 3 trees are lost, and there's 6 on the property that are in poor shape. So 3 of those trees will be lost, but they are in poor shape. In addition, I would note that there's a bunch of discussion about the 2-story ancillary not being in keeping with OP policy. I'll remind the committee that this is not an ancillary structure. It is linked by a basement to the main structure and is considered to be a single house. And it is indeed not a flat roof. It is indeed a slope. It's a very, very gentle slope, but it is indeed a sloped building. I believe that's all at the moment. In terms of, Mr. Boyd identified several issues to do with privacy and green space. I'll note that the landscaped open space we're actually providing is 82.7%. We're increased in the landscape open space. We're exceeding the requirements of zoning for that aspect. We're also quite open to the idea on the second floor balcony of providing additional screening like the previous application, where there would be a fence and or some coniferous plantings for year-round protection. So that's all certainly doable and certainly appropriate. And that's all I have at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Questions? No questions? Okay, then can I have a motion then? Mr. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I was carefully listened to the applicant, reviewed the drawings, and also listened to all the neighbors and listened to all the concern, and also review the staff report. I still believe this is not appropriate development for this land. I believe that although I believe it have excessive length and depth, although a part of this extension is below the grade, and also the FSI, I believe it's too big for this lot. Therefore, my motion will be to refuse this application.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning seconding, all in favor? Thank you. Sir, unanimously, the application is refused.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Application number 5, which is 487 Glen Park Avenue, application number 5. And here we have Nelson Espinola. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. Good morning.
Your name and your address for us, please.
Nelson Espinola, the address 1726 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, thank you. So we have here, this is a new dwelling. You have 6 variances. Staff report is asking to modify 3, variance number 3, and also lot coverage and so on. And forestry condition number 1, you have some support, 11 supports and transportation, no objection. So we don't have anybody else registered except you, but because of these changes here, could you please give us your 5-minute presentation and tell us what you want to change before we move on?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Basically, our proposal entails the construction of a 2-story, 2-family dwelling with 6 variances. We worked closely with the planning department to address their concerns with regards to lot coverage. We have submitted a revised site plan that indicates the removal of a proposed shed at the back. So as a result of that, we are in keeping with what the planning department is requesting in terms of coverage. We also made an effort to discuss our proposal with our neighbors. And we have, I think, 11 signatures in support, including the 2 adjacent neighbors. And we feel that our application is compatible with the built form of the street and will not have a negative impact on our neighbors.
Mr. Chair, I believe he made a change. Can you just have him clarify it, please?
Yeah. I'm verifying it before. Okay, Mr. Espinola, the reason I gave you the 5 minutes, otherwise we would have gone straight to the committee because there is no other speaker, is because there are changes recommended. If you don't want to make the changes, then we might have to make a decision. Now, staff.
No, we have.
Well, could you please go over the changes? Please go over the changes. What changes are you agreeing with and putting forward?
We're changing the lot coverage from 47.12 to 42.57%.
Okay. Yeah, that's variance number
3.
3. Okay. All right. Okay, so there is no other speaker. Members, any question? There is the change that's recommended by the staff. Actually, they said, according to the applicant, he was changing variance number 3 from 47.2 to 42.57. Okay, can I have a motion then, please? Or questions, unless you have questions. I have 2 hands here. Mr. Hunt, you had your first thing. Is that a question or motion? Motion? Okay, go ahead.
Motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Based on the presentation from the applicant and the confirmation that planning would be supportive if the lot coverage was reduced from 47.12 to 42.57, and there are no transportation objections, then subject to the urban forestry requirements, I would move approval.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Satarodi, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, your application is unanimously approved. Okay?
Thank you.
Subject to the change you made and subject to forestry, and that's it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks.
Application number 6, which is 400 Soudan Avenue, application number 6. And here we have Paul Demchak. Are you there?
Good morning, members of the committee.
Okay. Please state your name and address for us.
Thank you. Again, my name is Paul Demchak with Batory Urban Planning and Project Management. I am the land use planner on behalf of the client.
Okay. So what we have here, number 6. Number 6, we have, yeah, there is only just you. We have 1 variance and 3 letters of support, 1 letter of objection, but there's nobody else. Okay. Any questions for this? There's no other person. We don't need the presentation, do you? He made it already. Okay. All right. Can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Satarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, it's a very straightforward application. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
No conditions. Thank you. Second, Ms. Manning, all in favor? Thank you. Okay, your application, sir, is approved. No
Thank you very much, committee. Have a great day.
No conditions. Thank you. Number 7, which is 1045 Glencairn Avenue, 1045 Glencairn, application number 7. And here we have Paul Dacuna. Are you there? Paul Dacuna. I don't know if I pronounced it right.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, could you please
I am here.
State your name and address for us?
My name is Paul Dacuna. I'm an architect and agent for this particular file.
Thank you. We don't have any other person here, but we have here second story addition, 18 variances. Staff report refuse number 3, 4, and 7, and modify 6 and 10 and 16 as per your suggestion, and forestry condition 1, and 1 letter of objection. Could you please go over, we'll give you the 5 minutes, go over this and cover the changes you want to make and the ones you agree with.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, to all the members of the committee. As you're aware, there are a number of variances related to this project. We worked closely with planning. We were able to revise variances 6, 10, and 16. They were significantly improved, and planning was very happy with our efforts.
In order for us to make a decision, could you please go over each one and what you want to change it to?
Yes, sir.
Variance number 6.
Mr. Chair. Item number 6, modified variance for the proposed building length as measured under zoning bylaw 56 from 19.73 to 19 meters.
Okay, number 10.
Number 10, we had a proposed lot coverage measured under the zoning bylaw at 48.63. We're now at 43.9.
43.9. That's what you're asking for now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the next one is what, number 16?
Number 16, the proposed front yard landscaping is measured under the bylaw from 58.4 to 60%. And planning was very happy that we also added permeable pavers to the driveway.
1600?
No, 60. 600. 60.
6, oh, okay, from 15. Very good. Okay, now.
58 from 50.
Yeah, from 15 to 600. All right, now what happened to the 3, 4, and 7?
Well, Mr. Chair, what we're going to speak to those. I do have some photographs. We spoke with planning, and what planning basically is stating the obvious, that the bylaw allows for a 2-story and we're proposing 3. However, having said that, there have been approvals in the neighborhood of 3 stories. I have some photographs that I have. I looked over the neighborhood quite carefully, and what we feel is that the neighborhood is, in fact, and if you actually look at the staff report, they actually in their comments state that planning staff do note that the surrounding geographic neighborhood is transitioning with similar dwelling heights as proposed. So this is the lot in question, the one right in front of us. But there are many, many examples throughout the neighborhood, Mr. Chair, of 3-story situations and similar heights.
Okay, just go over your presentation, please. You have the 5 minutes, and we will decide about 3, 4, and 7, and 17. So please make a presentation.
Oh, I thought I was doing that, sir.
You
so,
finished? Okay.
Mr.
When you finish, let me know.
I would like to, as I said, I was particularly focused on the 3 variances that the city had asked us to. Basically, with our discussions with planning, they were not concerned with any of the variances. Obviously, the 3 that they have mentioned concern are very, very obvious. They had no concern with any of the other variances other than the 3 that we had proposed to make changes to appease their concerns. And what we actually have here in this particular project is a 3-story, an addition over an existing house, upwards and backwards. So some of the variances that you'll see here related to side yard setback, for example, on the east side, are existing variances. The home is not changing in any of its position to the west or to the east. It's staying in line, working itself backwards and upwards. I'd be very happy to answer any questions, Mr.
Finished?
Chair.
Okay.
But I would like, sorry, I apologize. One other thing. I do have, the owner unfortunately provided this to me fairly late, but I do have 13 names, 10 of which are on Glencairn, 13 names of support. If I could read them out loud, that would be okay. 1041, 1040.
It's okay, please go ahead.
1043, 1044, 1047, 1046, 1049, 1055, 1057, 1062, Glencairn, and then 3 on Dufferin Street, 2654, 2836, 2846 on Dufferin. So 13, and I can send these in by I don't know if you can see me, Mr. Chair, if I'm actually on video.
It's okay. We take your word for that. There are so many just
that there are significant support among the neighbors.
Yes.
And then, and the owner did go around and actually speak to
Okay.
his surrounding neighborhood.
We look at the variances and how they fit into zoning bylaw. And if they was strictly based on the referendum, we say how many for, how many against to make a decision. So that will be easy. So we understand there is lots of support. We'll see what the members are saying about this question.
I'd also, Mr. Chair, can I just say one small thing before? I still think I have a couple of seconds left. I just want to add that I've looked at the planning, the official plan, and under 415, if anything, our addition and the height and the number of stories is actually helping to reinforce what already is happening in the neighborhood. And I'd like to just state that.
Okay, thank you. We'll see what.
Thank you very much, Mr.
See
Chair.
what the
That's it.
questions. Thank you. Questions for this gentleman? Mr. Hunt? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the staff report, and notwithstanding that there have been changes made by the applicant to variant 6, 10, and 16, which were requested by planning, the recommendation still remains that they are recommending refusal of variances 3, 4, and 17. I may be mistaken, but I thought the applicant or the representative indicated that those variances had been resolved.
No, Mr. Hunt, through the chair, no, they have not been resolved. What's planning and I conversed was that it's planning's policy whenever these types of variances come about to recommend refusal. However, planning did acknowledge that the neighborhood is in transition and is changing, and that is why we decided to leave it alone. So there was approvals at provided for 3-story situations on file, and we felt, based on the physical appearance of the neighborhood, the fact that there are many 3-story conditions, that others were approved, that we felt that we would that our proposal was in fact, if anything, further reinforcing the character that the neighborhood is beginning to take on.
Okay. Any other question? If no question, I like a motion, and put whatever you want in the motion. Who wants to make a motion? Mr. Hunt, you started with a question.
Mr. Chair, I'm still a little uncomfortable with the variance 3, 4, and 17. The agent has indicated that a comment from planning that the area is in transition, but that I don't think could be understood to be an acceptance of those variances. So I'm going to
make your motion.
If you need a motion,
yes, please.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that this application be not refused, but deferred, so that the agent can go back to the city and get a confirmation in writing that of the acknowledgement he's indicated.
Yeah, well, your suggestion is, your motion is to defer. Do I have a motion for deferral? No, just you, Mr. Hunt, yeah. Ms. Manning, are you supporting the deferral? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Yeah, Ms. Tarodi is opposing. You want to defer Sunny Day. Well, okay, this is the motion, this is the decision. Just a comment that I don't know what he's going to discuss. He said he already discussed it with them, and they're suggesting the removal of these 3 applications and the change that he made. So I don't know what they're going to do, but I respect the motion. So the motion is the deferred Sunny Day. Is that correct? Sunny Day, Mr. Hunt?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm uncomfortable with both that motion and.
Excuse me, the decision is made. I'm not asking to change it. So you have, you made a motion, to defer. It was seconded by Ms. Manning and opposed by Ms. Tarodi. So the application is deferred sine die. So, sir, your application is deferred sine die, and you have to go back and discuss it with the staff.
We shall, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your consideration, members of the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Number 8, which is 65 Falcon Street, application number 8. And here we have Joel Scopeletti. Are you there? Or Brian?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yeah, please state your name and address for us.
Okay, I'm Joel Scopeletti.
Oh, excuse me, sir. There is something wrong with the equipment. There is echoing here. Could you please check back your equipment? See what you've got there. Maybe you have too many connections there. Because
can you hear me?
Oh, now it's okay. So please state your name and address for us.
Okay, I'm Joel Scopeletti. I'm the contractor for 65 Falcon project that it's on.
Very good. Okay, this is 65 Falcon. We have 1-story addition and 2 variances and nothing else. Members, do we need a presentation here? I don't see them.
I just have a question, an explanation regarding variance number 2 to Eunice. Mr. Chair, I would like to know the north side yard setback of 0. Is it existing situation?
Okay, since you have a question, let him make a small presentation. Sir, could you give us a very brief presentation?
Yes. Basically, what we have is a mud room. A quarter of the porch is going to be converted into a mud room, and there's a roof overhang existing. So it's existing front porch. We're not eating up any more land than what's existing, and we got the idea from the neighbors in the neighborhood. So it's basically creating a little mud room at the front of the house within the existing roof line of the house.
So north side yard setback is 0. That is an existing situation, correct?
Yes, it's within the existing porch line that's there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so if there is no other question, can I have a motion? I had 2 here, but I'm sorry, there is a screen before I see you. So I see both hands. Which one wants to make a motion? Ms. Tarodi, go ahead, please go ahead.
To you, Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, it's very straightforward application, and I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
No conditions. Thank you. Second, Ms. Manning, all in favor? I don't see Mr. Hunt. Yeah, I see Mr. Manning, but I don't see Mr. Hunt. Okay, Mr. Hunt, I see his name. Okay, sir, your application is unanimously approved and there is no conditions.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, can we get a short break at 12 o'clock?
You couldn't have it in a better time. Thank you. Okay. So we'll have, it's 12 o'clock. What do we need? 15 minutes?
Sure.
10, 15 minutes, and then we'll have another one for lunch later on. Thank you. Okay, break for 10, 15 minutes. Yes, until 23, it's a lot. Hopefully by that time we'll be hungry and we'll have lunch. We're in number 9, right? Ladies and gentlemen, we're resuming our session, and we're in item number 9, which is 266 Dawlish Avenue, application number 9. And here we have Ali Malikzadeh. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Hi, could you
good
please state your
afternoon.
name and address first, please?
My name is Ali Malikzadeh, and I'm an architect and applicant for this application.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a straightforward new dwelling, 5 variances and forestry condition, that's it. But we have one more speaker here, and therefore we need you to make a very small presentation so we can call the other speaker.
No problem. This is, as you said, is a very straightforward application. We are proposing a new 2-story. I mean, not even over 2-story over the garage. It's a regular 2-story with a flat roof. We are asking a little bit of relief on the height, which is instead of 7.2 meters, we are asking for 7.95. We have extra length by 1.6 meter in a length, which is just going to the north side of the building, and we have the side yard setback of the 5. We are on right. And then still compared with the existing house, we are even further setback from the existing dwelling in the property. We are within the limitation of the tree protection. We are not impacting on any trees. I know that there is a urban forestry condition which we are performing as per recommendation, and is completely within the approval of this committee before. I think is very compatible with the everything that is approved in this area. If there is any question, I can answer.
Thank you. We'll call the other speaker and then we'll be back to you. We have here Krista McLeod. Are you there? Krista McLeod.
Yes, Krista McLeod.
Yeah, could you please state your name and address so it can be registered here?
Sure. My name is Krista McLeod. I live at 233 St. Leonard's Avenue, which is directly behind this subject property. And I registered for the call today as more as information because the first I had learned of this was when I received the public hearing notice in the mail.
So please tell us what's your concern. Tell us what's your concern about. You heard the agent, so tell us what your concern about it.
So I don't have any major concerns. I wanted to know some information about what was going on and how to contact people to find out about timing, when this is going to take place. And also wanted to ask him if he has plans for water management, given the water in our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. The water is your concern.
Thank you.
Yeah, the water is your concern. Unfortunately, we don't deal with it here. The water, the water and the sewer and the all this is taken care of as the planning at the permit stage. Here we just look at the variances and then we decide on the variances. Okay? So any question for this speaker? No? Okay. And Mr. Malikzadeh, are you back? Could you come back here, please?
Yes.
Okay, so you heard the other speaker, or she was concerned
Yes.
only about the water management. So let's see if we have the, do you want to answer on that or not? There is nothing to answer, right?
I think it's very straightforward. As part of the permit application, we have to provide the permit for the property, and definitely we are going to take care of all the surface water during the grading design and then permit. And if that's going to be by the engineering department of the city and during the construction by the inspector as well.
And that will be addressed then. Okay, thank you. Any
Yes.
any comments to any question? No? Can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Manning?
To you, Mr. Chair, I think this is a very straightforward application and the variances are minor. So I would move to approve this application subject to the conditions of forestry.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Hunt, all in favor? Okay, thank you. So your application is approved, subject to only condition, to only forestry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, number 10, which is 977 Lillian Street, application number 10. And here we have number 10. We got Jonathan Benskowski. Are you there?
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, we know who you are. Just please repeat your name and address for us.
Yeah, Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, this is a new dwelling, 11 variances, forestry condition 1, 2, and transportation report, no condition, no objection. Yeah, because of the 11 variances, could you please give us a short presentation as to the merits of this application?
Yeah, this is a proposal for a new dwelling on a corner property. The proposed driveway will be coming off of the flanking street, which is Center Street. As we see on the site plan, we had worked with urban forestry to ensure the protection of a city-owned tree. So if we see on the site plan there, we actually see that the proposed driveway itself kind of flutes out. So the presence of the request for the maximum driveway width is only at the garage door entrance portion. Now, that being said, we do not have a proposal for a landscape variance before you today. In terms of the coverage in the building depth, that building depth and coverage variance is required only for a one-story extension at the rear of the property. That one story at the rear does not extend onto the second floor and would not cause any impacts to the immediate neighbor on Center Street at number 1, as it really is just a one-story projection. The deck variance, again, is on the Lillian portion. The intent of that is to not have a deck that extends too far into into an adjacent property. In this case, the deck itself only presents itself to Lillian and is not present to the neighbors on Center Street. And I'd be happy to answer any question you might have.
Thank you. Any question? No? Can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Atarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application and subjected to urban forestry and also transportation.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Hunt, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Unanimously approved, sir. Subject to forestry and transportation.
Thank you.
Number 11, which is 307 Blythwood Road, application number 11. And this is William Berwar. William Berwar, are you there?
I'm here. How's everybody today?
Hi. Could you please state your name and address for us?
So Will Berard, 307 Blythwood Avenue.
Okay. We have here, this is the renovation of the roof balcony 2 variances, TRCA, no objection, and 3 letters of support. Members, do we need the presentation here?
Just a quick question. Is this file also got the heritage letter from the heritage?
It did not. I was just informed minutes before this meeting that they might require that, but because the property is not viewable from the street, heritage does not really need to be involved. So it's basically surrounded completely by trees, and as we understand the heritage bylaw, there was an exception if it's not viewable from the street. So I didn't think it was even needed, quite frankly, coming into today's presentation. However, minutes before, I received an email from somebody from your department mentioning that it might be.
Okay, yeah. So Mr. Tarod's question is very apropos. And if we say subject to heritage, then you can discuss it with them. So any condition, any decision should have a condition of heritage. So if there is no other question, can I have a motion then? Mr. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application and subject it to heritage report and conditions.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning, all in favor? Okay, thank you. So your application is approved subject to that condition of heritage. All right. Now 12.
Thank you.
12, we deferred it. And now is number 13. Number 13, 211 OWEN Boulevard, application number 13. And here we have Mr. Peter Higgins. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, I cannot unmute Peter Higgins. Peter, if you can sign out and sign back in, we're having trouble unmuting you.
Okay, wait 2 seconds. If he's not here, we'll move to the next one. Okay, next one is a long one. Okay, so could you please remind me to come back to this one, to number 13? Okay. Application number 14, which is 202 Burbank Drive, application number 14. And for this, we have Ali Shakiri. Are you there? Ali Shakiri.
Oh.
And what's happened?
Ali, you are unmuted. You should be able to speak.
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you. So, yeah. So, you have here number 14, which is, we have a new dwelling, 7 variances, 1 letter of objection. Staff report has just a condition, and forestry condition number 2, and 5 letters of objection. And the councillor is recommending refusal. Transportation report recommends to refuse variance number 5. Sorry? For this one? I thought there was a revised on another one. Not this one. I saw a revised one, but was different application. Yeah? This one also. Okay. Okay, which means they removed the number 5, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Shakiri, anyways, could you make your presentation and we'll come back to the transportation report. The application, normally, yeah, we have 2 more speakers and therefore we need you to make a presentation.
Sure. The transportation report is revised, as you mentioned, they have no objection anymore.
Yes.
That was posted on Application Information Center. We are agreeable to the conditions of the staff and also the conditions of the urban forestry. And regarding the letter from councillor, I believe that the owner has met the councillor yesterday, and the concern was mostly regarding the front yard setback. That was it was explained to her that the front yard setback is a technical variance. If I can have my support material displayed, I can explain that. Yes, that on the left corner where we have the driveway, we are actually in compliance. The variance is generated because the right corner of the house is poking into that curved corner of the property line, and that we would consider the technical variance. The staff is fine with that, and so I heard the councillor has also been satisfied after talking to the owner yesterday. I have no further comments. I think this is a very, very straightforward application, but I'd be more than glad to answer any question. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear the other speakers, and then we'll come back to you. We have here Richard Western. Are you there? Richard Western. Can you please state your name and address for us?
Mr. Chair, we're trying to connect with Richard Western.
I thought I heard him. Okay, how about Zahra? Zahra Mosheni. Zahra Mosheni, are you there?
I do not see Zara on the call.
Okay, so Richard is supposed to be there, right?
Yep, Simon's just trying to get a hold of him.
Okay.
So, question to you, Mr. Chair. So, councillor, apart from the front yard setback, also having a concern about side yard setback, would we get any explanation?
Mr. Sakiri, we're waiting to see the other residents if they're online. In the meantime, the member has a question. Could you please answer that question?
Yes, sir. Sure, I'm unmuted now and I can speak. That side yard variance is on the Canary Crescent. That's on the south side. If you look at the site plan on display, there is a red angled line that is depicting the minimum required side yard. So the corner, the rear corner of the house is slightly poking into that line. And that is the only location that we require that variance. It's highlighted by yellow. If you just scroll up, you can, yes, that lower portion. But if you can zoom in a way that the entire house is visible on this screen, that would be fantastic. So on the front corner of the house, where we have the front yard, if you read the dimension, it's 532 centimeters. That is nearly 2 times as the required side yard. So the average side yard is well exceeding 3 meters. And we just need that small minor variance of 2.13 on the rear corner, which is highlighted by yellow. There are many other applications in the area with the corner lots that have the same situation are asking for 1.8 meters or something for the entire sidewall. We do not require that. That is just to give us the small variance, the minor variance for the poking corner on the rear side. I hope that I answered your question.
Thank you. So we'll see if Richard Western is online. No? Okay, well, I guess we have to move on. And Zahra Mosheni is not there either, right? Okay. All right, so members, any other question or motion, because we don't have anybody else online. Ms. Satarodi, please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, would like to put forward a motion with one staff condition that the proposal be developed substantially accordance with the site plan, north and south elevation plans submitted to the city, and also would like to subject it to urban forestry. And I know that, and then subjected with transportation. I know that the new updated transportation, they have no condition.
No, yeah, transportation, withdraw the thing, so no objection.
No condition, but
yeah, okay.
I mention it.
Thank you. And second, Ms. Manning, you had your hands on, okay? So, and all in favor? Okay, unanimous. So, Mr. Shakiri, your application is approved unanimously, subject to those conditions, okay? You want me to repeat?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we go back to number 13, see if they're there. Number 13 is Peter Higgins, right? Mr. Higgins, are you there? Peter Higgins, are you there? Okay, so we'll go to next one, yeah? Next one is number 15. Okay, application number 15, which is 100 Hillmount Avenue, application number 15. And here we have Jim Pfeiffer. Are you there? Jim Pfeiffer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Could you please state your name and address?
Yeah, I'm Jim Pfeffer with Mako Architects at 3 Bridgman Avenue.
Thank you. Okay, so we have here this application, which is for a new dwelling. We have 12 variances. I have recorded here. Staff report recommends refusing variance number 1, 2, and 12. Forestry, there is a condition. You have some letters of support and letters of objection, and councillor refuse height and third-story variances, which are related to the ones that the staff mentioned. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 3 more speakers, and therefore we need you to make a 5-minute presentation. We'll give you your 5 minutes right now.
Great, thank you very much. So in response to some of these concerns, we are going to make 2 changes. We're going to reduce the height by 1 foot. That's a number that the councillor recommend.
Excuse me, the changes, could you please go to variance number and what the change is? Because the staff
Variance number.
Yeah.
Variance number 1 will be 10.46 meters. And variance number 12 will be 11.14 meters. Okay. So that reduces the height of the building by 1 foot.
Okay.
We would like to entirely eliminate variance number 4. So to be clear, that's the variance for depth. So the house we're proposing will not go any further back in the lot than what could be built as of right. So that's variance 4 is entirely eliminated, and reducing the depth, we're also reducing the length. So variance 3 for length will become 20.73 meters. The staff could just bring up the last presentation booklet that I sent into the committee. I'd appreciate it. And what you'll see on this first page is a rendering of the building. It's accurately done. You'll see that we are proposing a 3-story building, but that 3rd story is set back on every facade, and the corners are particularly set back. That 2nd floor wall height is exactly at the height that's allowed for a main wall in this district. So with the corners being cut back, What that means for this house, if you're standing beside it, you're not going to be looking up at a 3-story wall. You're going to be looking up and seeing sky where you would be seeing the roof of an as-of-right pitched roof house. You can also see there's a lot of ins and outs. We've got a lot of articulation in the facade. So we've worked very carefully to make this a house which will make a significant contribution to the character and beauty of the streetscape here. On the next page, you'll see 2 particular things. There's that dark blue line. That's the as-of-right footprint that could be built on this lot. And you can see we're not going back from that as-of-right footprint. In the center, you'll see that gray hatching, that's the outline of the 3rd floor. You can see it set back on all sides. You can see it significantly set back at the corners. That 3rd floor is 56% of the 2nd floor below. So this is really best described as a 2.5-story house. On the next page, we have done a model of an as-of-right building mass, 17 meters long, that could be built without variances in our proposed house. On the next page, you'll see that we've overlaid that as-of-right mass in an as-of-right position over our proposed building. And you can see at the back, we're not going back any further than that as-of-right envelope. The 3rd story, you can see, is entirely buried within the hipped roof that could be built as of right. And on the next page, you'll see the very same thing from the front. That 3rd floor, really well set back, is entirely buried or significantly buried within that as of right building mass. So very small height variance we're asking for from that as of right volume. On the next page, we've done a shadow study. What this shadow study shows on the bottom is that an as-of-right house would cast a bigger shadow than what we're proposing. I can go into that in detail later if you like. And on the next page, you'll see the patterns of open space in this immediate area. That's our house on the bottom, 100 Hillmount. You can see we are in general alignment with all the houses at the front. You can also see we're in alignment with all the houses in the back. We are absolutely keeping the character of open space on this block. You'll see that there's a lot of big, long houses in this neighborhood. And finally, I'd just like to go 2 pages ahead. And this shows what's absolutely the prevailing building type on this block. It can't be built anymore because it has that slightly recessed garage. But typically on this block, you can see them all labeled on the bottom left-hand corner. You got 2 full stories above a garage. And you can see in 88 and 90 Hillmount in the top center, what that leaves you is a presentation to the street of 3 full stories. What we're proposing, and we invite the committee to tie it to plans so you know exactly what we're getting, is a house that is actually significantly less massive than this. We've done a study in detail of this type of house, and what you will find typically is that the main wall height is higher than what we're proposing. The peak of roof height is higher than what we're proposing. You can see in the studies we've done, the volume is also greater or comparable to what we are proposing. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be back to you. We'll be back to you after we hear the other speakers. Vince, Luca.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question regarding variance number 12. So the building height is changed to 11 point, sorry, I missed that number.
Yeah.
Variance 12, it's 11.14 meters.
14.
1.4. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to go over all the changes because I have them here. So that's it. That's Vince Luca. Are you there? Vince Luca. Is he online?
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, could you please state your name for us and your address?
I think, with all respect, I think Robert Brown should be speaking.
Excuse me. We have you and we have Mr. Robert Brown. You mean you don't want to speak? You want Mr. Brown to speak for you?
Yes, no, first. First, I would like Mr. Brown to speak first.
It said unknown. Robert Brown, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we hear you. Could you please state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to address your concern.
Okay, good afternoon, panel members and staff. My name is Robert Brown. I reside at 88 Spadina Road, Suite 212, Toronto, Ontario, Mary 5 Roger 2 Sam 8. I've been asked to speak on behalf of Miss Dingeldine, who lives at 98 Hillmount and has lived there for 63 years. I have been qualified to provide planning opinion evidence before the TLAB. I have also been a witness before the OMB, and of course, I have appeared before committees of adjustment in Scarborough, Etobicoke, Toronto East York, and North York. I have reviewed the public notice and the applicant's information and plans posted on the city's Application Information Center. I have also visited the site and the immediate and broader context neighborhood. Listening to the architect, I've sort of drawn back to remembering the Richard Gere scene from Chicago, and I found it a bit amusing. But he's pursued a tactic of obfuscation on the reality of the proposed new 3-story building. Now, the applicant resubmitted the March plans on May 19th. They also submitted a letter dated May 24th, 2022, but I don't see any plans to support the changes that he is suggesting are going to be made. So while he proposes to reduce the height by a foot, it's still over 3 meters taller than what's allowed under the bylaw 569/2013. At the same time, it's also more than 3 meters taller than what's allowed under the North York bylaw 7625. Now, he says that the building length will be reduced to below what's required by the bylaw, but his plans from March show that the building length is going to be 20.73 meters and against a 19-meter requirement. So I'm just not sure how he hopes to achieve that. Once again, there has been no plan submitted. Now, the planners have recommended refusal of the height. The councillor has concurred with that. And what I have done to review this is to follow the guidelines of the official plan, chapter 4.4, policy 4.5, where I've reviewed the immediate context, that is the block between Anglemount on the west and Dalemount Avenue on the east on the north side. And the prevailing built form in this immediate context neighborhood is pitched roof homes of 2 stories. The permitted maximum of stories is 2, and the proposed number is 3. Now, the proposed height is well above the 7.2 meters for a flat roof building. And in the RD zone, with a minimum lot frontage of 18 meters, the permitted maximum building length for a house is 17 meters. Now, the only plans that I've seen show a building length of 20.73 meters. No drawings to evaluate this change has been submitted for zoning examiner review. Now, I know that it's probably just a typo, but he did submit a couple of letters dated May 18th, 2021. I assume it's May 2022. And Mr. Pfeiffer has put forth an opinion. Now, Mr. Pfeiffer is an architect and is not qualified to provide a planning opinion evidence beyond what any layperson could express. Now, the balconies are also a serious concern, but I haven't seen any drawings to support what he's saying, that he's reducing things. Now, the new dwelling is well beyond the prevailing character of the homes on this block. Individually and collectively, the requested variances are not minor and do not meet any of the 4 tests under the Planning Act. This proposed dwelling will have a materially negative impact on 98 Hillmount Avenue, particularly to the rear gardens, flowers, and vegetables. And material has been submitted earlier. So I just want to reaffirm that I concur with the letters from Community Planning and Councillor Cole that this application be refused, and I certainly urge you to follow their guidance. I'm open for any questions should you require.
Yeah, you finished your 5 minutes. Any question? Any question for the speaker before we get the agent? Ms. Manning?
Yeah, the agent for the applicant's argument was that the third story of the home that's being proposed is contained within what the normal roof would be if it was a more traditional style home. Are you disagreeing with that argument?
Yes, I am, and I think that takes me back to the song and dance routine of Richard Gere in Chicago. You've got to look at what the zoning examiner has said, and this is a 3-story building, and it just doesn't fit within the context of the immediate context of the neighborhood, nor does it fit within the broader context, which I would suggest is probably Glencairn, maybe Glen Park, and maybe south to Viewmount. Now, if you have visited the neighborhood, you would not find a lot of flat roof buildings. And this just isn't an appropriate built form for this neighborhood. And 3 stories is not a common built form in this neighborhood either.
Okay, thank you. If any more question for the speaker, then we'll get back to the next speaker. Next speaker is Corinne Leon. Corinne Leon, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, could you please state your...
I'm here.
Yes, please state your name and address for us.
Good morning, or rather good afternoon, committee members and staff. My name is Corinne Leon. I reside at 635 Glencairn Avenue. My backyard is kitty corner to the east of the backyard of 100 Hillmount. I addressed this committee 2 months ago in opposition to a similar proposal for a 4-story monster home for 632 Glencairn Avenue. The panel then saw fit to refuse that application. This application for Hillmount Avenue seeks to build a 3-story home. Hillmount Avenue, like Glencairn Avenue, is not comprised of 3-story homes. There has not been an approval for a 3-story home on either of these blocks, and I understand that underneath garages, as shown by the applicant, are no longer permitted. The architect agent has obfuscated his proposal when presenting plans to the neighbors, many of whom are seniors, are not familiar with the planning policies and regulations, and for many, English is not the language normally spoken in their homes. These reasons underline why 2 of the letters of support, 98 and 99 Hillmount, submitted by the architect have since been retracted. And I ask the committee to please take note of this. I also draw the committee's attention to the style and format of the letters of support, of objection, which are individual and thoughtful in both contents, style, and form, indicating true concern by these neighbors about the massiveness of the variance requested. I agree with the report from Community Planning, which asks that this proposal be effectively refused, and I also agree with the May 20th letter from Councillor Cole, which asks for the same thing and further refutes the agent's claims in their May 18th letter. While all of the requested variances are of serious concern, 3 of them stand out in particular, namely height, which the maximum permitted is 7.2 meters, and the requested is 10.77, which is huge and not at all minor, and this 1-foot reduction to 10.46 to me is meaningless. The proposed number of stories is 3, it's not 2.5, and I do not think that the latest change makes a difference. And the bylaw permits a maximum footage of balconies for up to 4 square meters, and yet the proposal is for a whopping 11.37 square meters. I feel that the proposed new build is well beyond the prevailing character of the immediate context of the homes on this block of Hillmount Avenue, and the last-minute modifications put forward by the architect are totally meaningless. Individually and collectively, all of the requested variances are not minor. They are massive. They do not meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act and will ultimately result in loss of privacy, loss of sunlight, and loss of peace and quiet for all immediate neighbors. In short, the proposed dwelling will have a materially negative impact on the streetscape of Hillmount Avenue. I hope that when you conducted your site visit, you were able to visualize what a negative impact this massive home would have on the neighborhood. I therefore ask you to please refuse this application in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for the speaker before we get to the next one? Okay. Is Vince Luca, is he still want to speak? Mr. De Luca, Mr. Vince Luca.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Yeah,
Yes.
you gave your turn to Mr. Brown. So do you still want to speak, or you're okay with what he says?
Well, I second what he says in its entirety, but I still want to make some points. As I said, my name is Vince Luca, and I live at 102 Hillmount Avenue for over 32 years. We built our... Hello? You there?
We're hearing you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We built our home in 1990 in total compliance with the city bylaws. As we mentioned in our opposing letter, we are strongly against to the new three-story building proposed on 100 Hillmount Avenue, particularly the height, the length, the depth, and setback for the three-story structure. We feel that the new proposed dwelling is far too large for the size of the lot and well beyond the prevailing character of the homes on the block of Hillmount Avenue. We believe that individual and collectively requested variants are not minor and do not meet, as the other gentleman said, test of the Under Planning Act. The proposed dwelling is definitely a material negative impact on enjoyment of our property, particularly on the rear patio and garden. The proposed structure would extend well beyond the rear wall of our house and the height well beyond the top of our two-story. This will cause loss of privacy and loss of morning sun.
Are you finished?
Okay. The morning sunlight. The proposed structure will extend beyond the rear wall of my house to the point that was shown by a small post. I think the architect made some drawings according to that. It's approximately 16 feet. It would completely block the morning sunlight seen in the picture and leave us facing a three-story wall high from patio and our kitchen. We will lose a significant amount of morning sunlight from the rear patio. This space is usually used by our family on a regular basis throughout the late spring, summer, and early fall. Losing this enjoyment will be disastrous for our family. We would ask the committee to ask the architect to clarify his letter sent with the adjustment date of May 24 to 2022, as we interpreted this confusing and contradicting. Bylaws are in place for a reason and should be respected. Major variance as requested should be tolerated. Neighbors should be able to live in harmony with each other. This project would definitely stop the enjoyment of our home and of our immediate neighbors. We therefore respectfully appeal to the committee to refuse this application in its entirety that is not set for our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for this gentleman? Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer, could you come back here, please? Mr. Pfeiffer? Jim Pfeiffer.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, hold a second. Before you go to answer those questions, let's go over the changes you made, because one of the members asked for it, and I was also want to confirm. You changed number 1 to 10.46, number 12 to 11, number 12 to 11.14. Number 4, you remove it. And
yes.
And what's the next? Say the number of the application, number of the variance, and what
variance. Yeah, variance number 3 for length will be reduced to 20.73 meters.
7.3, okay.
20.73.
Yes, I got it. So that covers 1, 12, 4, and 3. And the staff asked for 1, 2, and 12. So you covered basically those, and okay, so please go ahead and tell us the concern.
Can I ask one question? Can I just ask one question? Those
there?
changes,
Who's there?
Natasha Manning.
Okay, he's going to talk first. He's going to respond to all those questions, and then we'll have questions. So, Mr. Pfeffer, could you please answer those questions, and then members have questions.
Yeah, well, Mr. Brown, I believe, misunderstood what I was saying. I said we will not be asking for a variance for depth. So we're not going any further back in the lot than what is allowed as of right. He said we don't have plans to support that. The fact is that the majority of the depth in the prior notice was essentially because we had a covered deck above the walkout, and that deck was, it was below the level of our first floor. So it was basically an at-grade deck. Because that deck was covering the walkout, the zoning examiner considered that walkout part of the length of the building. The site plan shows that deck being removed. That being removed, that variance for depth is gone. And we'd be happy to be tied to plans. Mr. Brown also talks about some of these official plan criterias. And if you go back over the photos and, the look at the existing character of the neighborhood, the aerial photo, we absolutely comply and reinforce and respect the existing physical character of the neighborhood in terms of height, massing, scale, patterns of open space, and density. Absolutely. There's no question that we meet those official plan criteria. I'd be happy to answer any questions about that, but take a look at what we've submitted. Mr. Brown questioned the flat roof style. It's not something that the committee weighs in on. Also, he said I don't have the ability to speak beyond what a layperson might speak. If you want to go into, and Mr. Hunt, you went into this into some detail in a prior application with 3 stories. As it happens, I was an expert witness at the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing on this zoning bylaw, which discussed and will shortly amend these rules for flat-roofed houses. I've actually uploaded the OLT decision, and I'd be happy to take later, if you question me, 2 minutes to walk you through exactly what was said and exactly what it means, because I know that's an issue that this committee deals with a lot. If you could quickly bring up page 8 of my booklet, Connie Leon at 355 Glencairn spoke. If you take a look at page 8 of my booklet, you'll see on the bottom there, that's a photo looking straight out from our backyard. She said, as she said, to the back and to the right, you can see that extensive tree screening. She can't see our house at all. If you go to page 10, this is something I'd actually like to say. Just across the street from us, from this proposed house, is this house that you see on the right. And there's actually this other house on the left. Both of these could quite fairly be described as 3 stories above a garage. They're massive homes. A lot of people in the neighborhood have, I think, seen our notice, which has some numbers which don't necessarily contextualize the way I have for you today what we're actually going to build. I think people see this thing across the street, they saw our notice, they thought, we're going to build and I'm using Connie's word, a monster house like this. Absolutely not. You've seen what we're going to build, tie us to plans, and that's exactly what it's going to be. We're really constrained in terms of the mass. Finally, if you can go to the very last page of the booklet, Vince, he mentioned he's got that post on leaning against his fence, and that post would be more or less in line with our rear single-story extension. However, that middle thing there, that's what what he is actually going to see from his backyard. 2-story wall above the fence, significantly further back. Is this a change from what he's seeing right now? Yes, it is a change. He will not enjoy the same view across the back of this property that he used to have. However, the change is not greater than what is contemplated in the bylaw. Finally, he mentioned shadow. If if you can just go back to page 6, we did this shadow study, particularly after meeting with him. So on the top, that's that as of right mass that we showed you earlier. In the middle, that's what we're proposing. And on the bottom, that yellow shadow is the shadow of the as of right of what we're proposing. And you can see a dark gray part that's kind of peeking out beyond that. That's where the shadow of an as of right house built on this lot would actually go beyond what the shadow that this house casts, particularly because we're so significantly set in at all of the corners of the house on this 3rd floor. So that's my time. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Manning, you had a question.
It was answered in the presentation. Thank you.
It answered?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other question for this speaker? Okay, you noted the changes and you make a motion, please. Ms. Satarodi first. Okay, I have two hands.
It's okay. No, Ms. Manning can go. Not a problem.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion through you, Mr. Chair, to approve this application, subject to the conditions of forestry and tying it to the site plan.
How about the changes they made?
Yes, and the changes to variance number 1, 3, 4, and 12 included.
Yeah. So number 1 was 1046, number 12 to 1114, number 4 is removed, and number 3 to 20.73. You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, and you said forestry, and that's it. Okay.
And tying it to the site plans.
Site plan. Okay. Second, do you have second? Mr. Hunt seconding, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to the changes you made and the conditions mentioned. So you must have made a very good presentation.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we skipped one before. Are they still here?
Yes, we skipped item 13. I believe we have him on
Is it 13?
the phone now.
Yes, 13. Are they here? Yeah. Okay, 13 is Peter Higgins. Mr. Higgins, are you there?
I am, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we hear you. We didn't hear you before. So could you please state your name and address for us so that it can be recorded here?
Thank you. I'm Peter Higgins of Peter Higgins Architect Incorporated, 69 Douglas Drive in Toronto.
Okay, this is a new dwelling, 9 variances. Staff report is asking to refuse variance number 2 and modify variance number 6 as according to your presentation and condition to build according to site plan. Forestry condition lists does not, okay, and 2 letters of objection and 1 letter of support. Now, we don't have anybody else listed here, but because of this extensive information, could you please make a presentation and give us your 5 minutes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will do that. I would like to start off by stating that we do not require variance number 1, the minimum 60% of the front yard. We had 51.6%. That was a dispute between ourselves and the zoning examiner. However, we can assure you we have 63%.
Mr. Higgins, could you please help us? Before you explain the details, just tell us what the number of the variance and what you're changing it to. So number 1, you said is removed?
It is removed because we have more than 60%.
Yeah, explain after if you
Number.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 6 has been reduced from 10.11 driveway width to 7.5 meters.
Thank you.
Number 6.
Yeah.
So we still require that. It's just a modified number.
Okay.
And number 2, the parking space may not be located in a front yard. I just wanted this is again where we disagree with the zoning examiner. The proposed parking space on permeable pavers, it's an open air parking space. Although it's in front of the garage, it is still on private property. It is not in the front yard per se. So if this committee can understand that and leave it, then that would be appreciated. However, I would be happy to answer any questions regarding that and remove it if you don't agree with my comments on it. The other variances.
Mr. Higgins,
Okay.
you know we don't negotiate here. You tell us what you want to do
No, I
and
know
make a
that.
decision. So 1, you removed it. 6, you changed it from 1016 to 7.5. And 2, what do you want to do about it? You want to remove it?
I'm going to leave it in, please,
Leave it,
because
okay.
I believe that the zoning examiner is incorrect.
Okay, so leave it there. So
All
then
right,
we-
so
Please go ahead.
may I ask staff to put up the latest colored site plan, please? And with that, I'm going to just go quickly through the variances so that the committee members can understand our intention. So I'll just, okay, might you be able to find the colored site plan? And if not, that's, actually, there's a more updated one. No, that's good, but it's not the colored one. If you can blow that up, please. Our front yard setback variance happens, thank you very much, at the very tip of the garage. So that would be the upper right-hand side of the garage near the street. We have a small variance. You can see the lines of the allowable. I don't know if staff can just kind of use the cursor and go around that. It's a triangle at the front corner. So go to the right, go further to the right, please. There. That's the front yard setback variance. This is a street, Owen Boulevard, at a very acute angle. And although we can go further forward with the proposed garage, we've tried to balance, because of the angle of the street, how far forward and how far back we go. So we have a very small front yard variance there. And then if the cursor can go back to the rear left-hand lower corner, you see again a shaded area, down, there. That shaded triangular area is where we have a depth variance because again, the depth is measured perpendicular to the angle of the street and the allowable depth measurement cuts through the corner of the house in that location. Now, we have spoken with a number of neighbors. We have 1 letter of support. We know that there's 2 letters of opposition. The neighbor to the immediate south on Gordon Road was concerned about their view out of their windows. And you can see on the site plan that we've shown windows and doors and labeled them on the drawing of the neighboring house to the south, to the bottom. And the neighbor is most concerned about their breakfast area, which is the right-hand most window showing on their the side of their house. They don't have, and she admitted, they don't have much of a view as it is now, but she felt that if we pulled the house further forward, she'd have less view. I understood that. I explained that the house is pushed back further away from the mutual lot line, and we're only, as per the red line, is the existing house. We have a dimension of 3'6". That's how much further forward we're coming towards the street. And we assured her that she'll still have a view, although it will still be an angled view. And I asked that she and her husband call back, and I didn't hear back from them. The neighbor across the street had a letter of opposition with a number of percentages. Most of the concerns have to do with the way the depth is measured because of the angled street. My clients are a family of 4 with my client, Dr. Ahmed Casey, his mother and father will be living with them. And so this house has been designed with the parents living on the upper floor and the young family living on the main floor. And the living space for, or the outdoor amenity space for the parents on the second floor is located above the covered terrace. So staff can use the cursor to go to the far left. The lighter gray area is the terrace, and you can see a box around there where they would like to have an outdoor sitting and dining area off their family room. This is the parents or grandparents. Of note, there is no opposition from either the house immediately to the left, which is the backyard, or from the north, which is most affected, I would say, in terms of privacy. So we have assured them that there will be a very adequate screening of this outdoor amenity space. And although it is a variance to the bylaw, we think given the depth of the property, the screening, and the proximity of the neighbors' houses, which are also staggered, and if staff can just bring up some of the aerial photographs, please, that we have, it will explain, unless the members have gone to the site, it is quite difficult to work with this property in order to get a square house. So we've ended up with an L-shaped house that reflects the angle of the street that you can see there. And if you staff could just go another couple along with the photographs, please. My clients, I gave my clients a package to hand out. They delivered those packages to 19 neighbors. As I mentioned, we received one support, 2 opposition, and no opposition from both immediate neighbors to the north and the west. I've talked about the windows. That is the main concern of the neighbor to the south. I tried to assuage her concern, and I'm not sure if I've satisfied her or not, but we haven't heard further.
Yeah. Mr. Higgins, you finished your 5 minutes. We'll have questions and we'll come back to you. Can you please summarize?
I think this is a wonderful addition to the neighborhood. It's a reverse L, not unlike what you have, and the staff can show you where the red dot is there. That's the existing house. It's also an L shape with the garage out in front. And I think this is a unique lot that ends up with variances that are based on the peculiarity of the lot itself and the angle of the street.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back to your questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so regarding number 2 that they asked to refuse, the front yard parking, are there any front yard parking on the street?
Well, everybody parks in their driveway in front of their garages.
Yeah, they're not in the corner.
So I don't. No, we're not on the corner either. We're one in from the corner, Mr. Chairman.
So why they're asking for this front yard if there is some in the area? So anyways, that's...
if I may answer, because this particular zoning examiner and I often disagree. We leave things in when we disagree because it's safer to do that. I'm going to allow please have the members decide whether or not this makes sense or if they should take out number 2 according to planning. But it is not in the front yard, so to speak. It is well within the private property. Mm-hmm. It is, yes, in front of the garage, but it is not in the front yard. Front yard is designated as the area between the street property line and the curb. And that's not what this is.
Okay. Now, the
staff maybe wants to go to the site plan. You can see that on the site plan very clearly.
Regarding number 6, you changed it from 10.11 to 7.5. The staff is making a condition to build per site plan. Wouldn't that change the plan? Would that condition be still good?
Yes, that site plan that was just up on the screen shows that changed driveway width to 7.5 meters.
You did show it.
So we're happy. Yes, we're happy to be tied to this plan, the site plan.
Thank you. Okay, so members, any other question? Ms. Manning, did you have a question? No, I saw your hands moving. And okay. If no questions, can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Tharodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I listened to the architect to explain very nicely the project. So, and I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the following changes. Variance number 1, front yard landscaping is eliminated. Variance number 6, the proposed driveway width is now 7.5 meter. Also would like to consider the staff condition that the building length and depth be developed substantially according with the site plan drawing attached to the report. And also, I mean, you mentioned there is a forestry report, but I don't see any forestry condition.
No, it's not. No, it's not. What happened on the list of the information? They showed forestry, and when you go to the list, they didn't list this application, so you don't.
Didn't list it.
So you don't have
Okay,
to.
so with
you don't have to worry about it.
with condition.
Yeah. Okay. Can I have a second, please? Mr. Hunt seconding. All in favor? Okay. Unanimous. Sir, your application is unanimously approved based on those changes and conditions. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and have a wonderful afternoon.
You too. Number 16. Application number 16, which is 446 Soudan Avenue, 446 Soudan, application number 16. And here we have Mike De Oliveira. Are you there?
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay.
Committee. My name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here acting on behalf of 446 Soudan Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We have here a new dwelling, 8 variances, forestry condition number 1, and 4 letters of objection, but I don't have anybody listed. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's wrong.
No. In A 16, we have here a 3rd story and 6 variances, 12 letters of support, and that's all I have, and nobody is registered. Members, do we need a presentation here? No? Okay.
Well, yes, I appreciate a presentation.
Okay, sir, could you make a short presentation? You have 6 variances and a 3rd floor porch, so please go ahead.
Certainly. So, as you mentioned, we are seeking relief to create a 3rd-story addition and a front porch enclosure. As you mentioned, there's 12 letters of support. Most importantly, from those directly affected by this application being the neighbors on either side, including the attached party wall neighbor at 448. Although it wasn't mentioned, there is a report that was submitted on Thursday, just before the deadline, by community planning that recommends a revision to our FSI. So in the last few days leading up to hearing for this report, was posted on the website, they had never reached out to us, but upon further discussions with Denise and community planning and our clients, we've agreed to reduce our proposal from the original 1.24 or 170.6 square meters, as we originally intended, to the 1.15 or 158.55 square meters as per the report. Unfortunately, due to the timing of the report coming in and the deadlines for submission to the hearing having already passed, we were unable to revise the drawings in time for the hearing today. But given the support from the neighbors and the current proposal, we ask that due to the limitations, the committee approve us simply based on the report tying us to that. That change doesn't affect any of our other variances. Everything else stays the same. Most likely, we'll just be taking off a bit of the 3rd floor addition moving forward. So this doesn't affect any of the other variances. The only thing community planning wanted to see changed was that FSI variance, which we've agreed to with the clients. And in terms of the front and side setbacks, which are also variances, these are mostly due to the front porch enclosure. which is also in keeping with the neighborhood. If you look at the street, the attached neighbor at 448 also has a similar front porch enclosure. So we're building within the existing outlines of the current porch. And as I mentioned, we're matching the neighbor. So in reality, things at the front will still look similar. Even though we're doing the third floor addition, that's back. So the third floor only starts at the existing peak of the roof. So from the street view, you won't really notice it as much. And with that front porch also matching now, that'll help kind of keep the uniformity of the front facade. In terms of main wall height and overall height, although there's a few variances related to this, as I mentioned, we're stepping the third floor in to kind of mitigate that overall massing. And this is also well in line with other third floors in the area, including 665 Soudan, which had a main wall height and overall height of 9.97 meters, which is about half a meter more than what we're asking for here. Opening any questions the committee might have.
Thank you. Members, questions? No question? Okay. Then can I have a motion then, please? What? No, there's no change. He didn't make any change.
One change.
Oh. Okay.
You mentioned.
Yeah, okay. So go ahead and include the change. Yeah, I missed that one.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with just one changes, that the proposed floor space index is now 1.15 times the area of the lot, and that's with no other condition.
Okay. All right. Can I have a second, please? Second, Mr. Hunt, all in favor? All in favor? Okay. So, sir, your application is approved, subject to that change you made.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Number 17, which is 12 Otter Crescent, application number 17. And here we have Ali Shams. Ali Shams, are you there?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am here.
Okay, here we have, this is a new dwelling. We have few letters of objection and 8 variances. And we have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people who want to speak after you. So please make a short presentation and we'll call them back.
Okay, sure. Hello, Mr. Chairman and the committee members. My name is Ali Shams and my address is 4325 5 Shepherd Avenue East, North York, Ontario. I'm going to explain the design ideas briefly and then I can ask you questions. We have proposed a 2-story dwelling for the development of this property and ask relief for 8 variances on this application, and all the variances are precedented. We have researched previous decisions and we are not asking for more. Among the variances, 2 are to do with the rear deck, wood deck, which I can come back after. But first, I just need to speak about the 4 major variances that, actually minor variances that we have requested, and they are interrelated. They include front yard setback, rear yard setback, building length, and the lot coverage. And I'm going to explain why they are interrelated. Looking at the site plan, you can see the reason why we have requested these variances is mainly because of the shape and the location of the lot with regard to the curved street. The lot is an irregular one, which is measured 42.5 meters on north side lot line and 30.8 meters on the south side lot line, and the front lot line is following the street curve. You can see that the front of the lot has been chopped by the street, resulting in staggered houses all the way from number 10 to number 14. Number 10 is on the north side of the drawing, upper side of the drawing, and number 10 is on the south side of the drawing, on the lower part of the drawing, and number 14 is on the upper part. Yeah. Also, you notice that the length of the lots are shrinking. Driving from north to south, and the lots are getting narrower or shorter in terms of the length. Design of the house includes an increase in the north side yard setback by 1 feet compared to the bylaw requirement, which we are required to set back the side lot line for 3 feet. We're proposing a 4 feet side lot line. And in order to offset the coverage we are missing by this increase in the side yard setback, the house has only become 2 feet 3 inches longer than the permitted length, which is, I believe, which is inevitable. In order not to block the view of north and south neighbors, the house is brought forward for almost 1 meter. So the two other variances are to do with the height. One is building height in old bylaw, and the other one is the main wall height in the new bylaw. Both variances to do with the height are presented and minor, I believe. That's my presentation. I am now open to your questions.
Thank you. We'll bring you back for questions. We have, as I mentioned, 2, 4, 5 people who want to speak. Craig Warren, are you there?
Mr. Chair, Craig is on the call, but Craig, you will have to authorize your mic. So try signing out and signing back in.
We'll go to the next one. Okay. Shireen Davidson, are you there? Louis Radon.
Shireen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the email requesting to speak.
Yeah, are you Mr. Radowski?
I am, yes.
Could you please state your name and your address?
Sure. My name is Louis Radomski, 10 Otter Crescent.
Okay. And you're speaking on behalf of Sharon Davidson?
Shireen Sherry, she prefers to be called as my wife, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. So please go ahead and tell us what's your concern about this application.
Okay. So there's a number of concerns I have dealing with light, air, privacy, among others. This last weekend, we were setting up the deck and noticed the length, which is in our written submissions. There are photographs that illustrate that the length of the house is pretty substantial and the height is even more substantial. Effectively, what we're facing is a building that will dwarf all the adjoining houses and is out of character with the neighborhood. So let me start with that summary. The property is that is part of the proposal. While it's on a curved or angled frontage, the width of the property is 30 feet. I'm sorry, I'm old. I deal in not in metrics, but in imperial. So 30 feet by 120. The house that they're proposing, forget the additions below grade, is 63 feet long by a height of over 32 feet. The side that faces us will be a solid wall, however they finish it off. And I'm going to deal with that in a moment. The site that we have currently from the back of the house facing north to the next street up, which is, I'm going to say, about half a kilometer away, is the house is not blocked. There are new houses on that side of the street. And that view is not blocked all the way from Otter, where we are, at the south end, right to the north end, which is Caribou Street. Okay. The pictures that they've got up on the screen, the gray lines demonstrate the massiveness of the structure that they're proposing. We've been in this property for over 38 years. None of the houses block the view north to Caribou, and this is going to block not only the view, which I can't have much to say about, but it will block light and air coming from that direction. So that's one. Two, there are pictures that we have included in our submission that illustrate what the deck that they're proposing at the rear of the house. It's supposed to be 8.5 feet above grade, which is 1.5 feet higher than the privacy fence that you're looking at right now on the screen, and effectively will not diminish but eliminate any privacy that we're going to have. Anybody standing on the deck will be able to look through the back of our house right through to the front. They're proposing a balcony on at the rear of the house, which will give them a view of 2 bedrooms that we have at the back of the house, as well as our bathroom that's back there as well. So clearly, an invasion of privacy would be an understatement, and is not present, to my knowledge, anywhere else on the street. Trees, I know that you don't deal with trees, but our concern is not I know that the urban forestry report that's in existence initially stated that they recommended a refusal of this application. And so these people in their proposal uploaded a new site plan that curved the driveway, and I'll deal with that in a moment. The concern I have about the trees is not the urban forestry thing. They're proposing, if you look at their site plan, removal of all the trees up and down the sides of the property lines. And in so doing, what they're effectively going to do is eliminate any privacy we may have on our deck, any privacy we may have in our home. So those are issues, obviously, for us. The driveway in the revised site plan now curves in an attempt to avoid having to remove one of the city trees. But in so doing, if I put a ruler down on the property line between our property and the property at 12, the curve at the end oversteps or crosses over the property line. So, I mean, that's a whole nother suggestion entirely. So they're trying to encroach on something. Our property and most of the properties in the neighborhood were built in the 30s. Ours, I believe, was 1935. The picture, by the way, that's on the screen shows that the deck will be 1.5 feet above that. Anyways, our property was built in 1935, and we're concerned because of the massiveness of this house that effectively what they're going to do is dig right up to the property line, and it's going to cause some instability to the integrity of our home, and we're really seriously concerned about that construction as well. And finally, and I'll make this as the last statement, this house is massive. So I understand that massing is a big deal, is out of character with the entire neighborhood.
Okay, sir, if there's any question, we'll come back to you because the 5 minutes are over and we have to move on.
Okay.
So
thank you. I'm sorry, but
okay, no, it's okay. Any question for the speaker? Okay, is Craig Warren on it? Yeah.
We do have Craig Warren now. Craig, you're unmuted.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you. Could you please state your name and address for us?
Sure. Yes. And thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee, for allowing me to speak. My name is Craig Warren. I live kitty corner to the subject property, 21 Otter, which is directly across the street from the applicant. If I may, I'll try to be I'll be brief and respectful in my comments. I have submitted a letter along with a number of my neighbors here. I believe there's at least 5 letters of opposition. I mean, very simply, what I would say or offer to the committee's observation is we believe the building is, we agreed with Mr. Shams that there are variances required because of the shape of the lot. However, one may logically say that common sense and good planning would say to build a smaller and lower home and trying to jam on what I would argue is a house that is too tall and too long for the property, which is irregular, as Mr. Shams noted. As a result of the property being too long in the view of a number of the residents in those directly affected by the application, you require reduced front yard setbacks, which are noted in the application. There's also a very material building height variance of 26%. I hadn't seen that height doesn't appear minor to me. That's a 26% height variance sought by the applicant, which I guess I should reference the number, but that is numbers 7 and 8 on the application. And very quickly, I don't wish to lecture anyone here. I know everyone's busy and there's a lot of ground to cover here, but I would say, if you look at the neighborhood, there's a significant number of pitched roof structures. The vast majority of them, about 91%, are in the immediate area of the property. I'm happy to go through those details with people, but generally speaking, we're not saying that the applicant shouldn't be allowed to build or expand or put a new structure on there. The two properties to the north, number 14 and 16, have both spent material monies on expanding their property. But it's in a way that's, I would argue, is respectful of the neighborhood, that respects the physical character of the property, and does not unduly hurt the enjoyment of the property by those surrounding it. So just a couple other points that I wish to make. There hasn't been any consultation that I've been aware of. We are working from home, so if there was someone coming by, we would see them. We've not received any documentation as well. So respectfully, what we would say here is we think the building is too large and too high, which results in the 8 variances that are requested. And we therefore ask the committee to refuse the application on the grounds that the cumulative impact of the variances is not minor and the impact on the surrounding neighbors is severe. Those are the key points I wish to make, unless anyone has any questions of me. I would highlight in the appendices to my document, Appendix A and B, you can see that the buildings are of similar heights and similar styles, notwithstanding renovations by the neighbors to the north, 14 and 16, which are directly adjacent to the applicant. But they're bigger homes, but they still respect the neighborhood, and the roof lines and the lengths don't unduly influence the neighbors. So that's essentially what I would like to offer, unless there's any questions of me.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any question for the speaker? No? Okay, we go to the next one, which is a little bit confusing. It says Elizabeth Sissam, representing Miss Julie Abushar and Mr. William Gauth. So could you please tell us who wants to speak on this application of 12 Otter Crescent?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me? It's Elizabeth
we hear you.
Sysom.
What's your name, please?
Thank you. Yes, so my name is Elizabeth Sysom, and I live at 1101-190 St. George Street, Toronto, Ontario. I'm an architect, and I represent Mr. William Gauth and Miss Julie Abushar, who are the owners of 14 Otter Crescent, which are...
Great. Okay, so please, so tell us what's your concern about this application. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So first, let me start by saying that we object to the project as proposed and ask that the panel refuse the application. We agree that property owners should be permitted to construct new and larger homes to meet their families' needs. We welcome projects that maintain the character of the street, are appropriate in scale, and contribute to the neighborhood in which they exist. Projects should not set unfortunate precedents for supersized projects that erode the stable neighborhoods in our city. In our letter to the committee on May 18th, we pointed out a number of items, missing information and reports that are pertinent to review and evaluate the applicant's proposal. It is our opinion that the information is important to the panel, the abutting property owners, and the neighbors. This morning, the city's information portal identified 6 letters of objection. There's not one letter of support that we are aware of. The application for the hearing was submitted for review on January 18th and filed on March 8th. My client first heard about the project on or about April 22nd from the Neighborhood Resident Association representative. Typically, and as a courtesy to neighbors, the applicant meets with the adjoining homeowners to answer questions, hear their views and any concerns. No such opportunity has been provided. My clients have yet to hear from the applicants about the details of their proposal. There has been no interest at all on the part of the applicant to consult with the neighbors. 8 variances have been requested, and although they seem minor when viewed in combination, it is clear that granting the stated variances is beyond the committee's mandate to grant flexibility for minor adjustments to the zoning bylaw requirements. The result is over construction on a unique, irregularly shaped lot, carefully sized and positioned on a curved roadway that was never meant for a project of this size. The applicant mentioned that the roadway was adjusted. The roadway was there first, the lot came second. Lot number 12 is irregularly configured and it warrants careful consideration. Because of the overly large size and resulting massing, bulk, and height, this development will be incompatible with the established built form and character of the neighborhood. The setbacks, length, height, and coverage, and projecting platform all result in overbuilding. And the project sets a dangerous precedent and erodes the aesthetics of the streetscape, which is of particular importance. This project intrudes into the front yard setback for a garage, which unnecessarily extends into this zone and disrupts the rhythm of yards on the street and the pattern of development. It is not desirable. The proposed project is not, as I said earlier, compatible with the existing houses in this area. And the applicant's drawings don't tell the story. The height of the building to the top of the roof is a full 2 meters over the maximum height permitted by the zoning bylaw, with the side exterior main walls facing a side lot line also exceeding the maximum permitted height, resulting in a building towering over the adjacent buildings. This is not evident by looking at the applicant's documentation because the rendering does not reference any adjacent building. The proposal has been rendered as though it's located in a greenfield site somewhere in a rural area, in a field, on an anonymous lot. Well, it's not. It's at 12 Otter Crescent, in the center of a well-established neighborhood in the center of the city. In our correspondence, we requested that the applicant prepare an elevation showing the relationship and impacts of the proposal at 12 to number 14 and number 10 Otter Crescent. Drawings showing the impact on the streetscape and providing height references correlating to the neighboring buildings were also requested. Nothing has been provided that we are aware of. Adding to the oversized massing is the severely diminished privacy as a result of the excessively high and bulky platform, which creates a clear overlook into the yard of number 14. We also requested drawings to show the impact of that loss of privacy and to demonstrate the overlook and to understand what would happen with the diminishing sunlight. How much sunlight will be lost as a
excuse me,
result of this?
I ask you to summarize, please. You're reaching your 5 minutes and we have other people to speak, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. We want to say, just to summarize, that we've requested a number of items. They have not been provided. We believe that the committee does not have the information that is necessary to properly evaluate this. We believe also that this request does not meet the test set out in the committee's mandate, and therefore that the variances that are being requested are not minor at all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any question for the speaker? No? Okay, so the next one is Jason Mitten. Are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here. My name is Jason Mitten. I live at number 3 Otter Crescent.
Thank you. Tell us what's your concern.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for your time, honorable panelists. It's been a long morning. My comments have already been reflected, and I won't repeat everything everybody has said, except for the persons submitting the application to build in the first place. Their initial comment was that it's a regular shape of a lot, and that's why they're seeking the variances, and that's true. What they're trying to do is fit a square peg into a round hole, and as was mentioned, they're simply overbuilding. The place that they're putting on is just too large and too tall. Some context into the neighborhood: we founded in the 1820s. Cottages and even a castle and a horse track were built there. Tudor, Revival, Art Deco, and Edwardian houses with meandering streets no sidewalks, brick houses, gardens, and trees. We are certainly like the fact that the neighborhood is small, yet we've got a ravine and a lot of green space. And we believe that
Mr. Mitten, could you please check your equipment there? You're echoing here, and we can't hear you. So see if you can see if you don't have too many connections on.
Sorry, it's not that. I'm walking down the street. How am I now?
Okay, now it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I did just want to wrap up by saying we've got a ravine and a lot of nature around us. The proposal with its variances does not align with the look and the feel of the neighborhood. This home is not in my backyard, but it is in my neighborhood, and the house simply takes up too much space. The emphasis is on us living with nature rather than us imposing a giant residence on the coyotes, the birds, the trees, etc.
Okay.
And that's my comment.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. We'll see what.
Thank you.
Any questions for this gentleman? Okay. The other one is Catherine Hanrati. Catherine Hanrati, are you there? It said unknown address and unknown agent. So I see online.
Catherine, you are unmuted. You should be able to speak.
Catherine Hanrati, are you there? She's the last one on this list, so maybe you can tell her one more time, yeah.
Catherine, please ensure that your microphone is authorized.
Okay, so we're just gonna. Catherine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, could you please state your name and address for us and tell us what's your concern? You heard all the information before and all the other speakers, so please tell us what else you want to tell us.
I did, and I'm not going to repeat what all my neighbors have already commented on.
We appreciate it. Just tell us your name and your address first, please.
Yeah, Catherine Henratty, and I live at 16 Otter Crescent. I'm 2 doors down from the proposed structure, and I agree with everything that my neighbors have already provided, and I will take less than 1 minute. And I would just say, in summary, that the main issues are really the size of the home versus the lot, the height in comparison to the adjacent properties, and the fact that it's a flat top roof. The privacy issue in the back deck is really it's just really phenomenal and crazy to think about it. And I think that if you see what's up on the screen and maybe scroll to the next page, I would just highlight maybe a visual of what some of my neighbors have already illustrated. And it's really the difference in that exposed brick wall. So the top visual is what is there now. You can see that it's oriented to the street in a very attractive way. You can see that both sides of the property are very well exposed. It's what you see when you enter the neighborhood. And the diagram at the bottom is what would be there instead. And it would be extremely visible from the street and the first thing you see when you go down the road. So I think that just kind of gives you an impression. It's definitely not attractive or has any character, let alone respectful of the character of the neighborhood. And so I would just ask that when the committee is considering the variances, that you're really thinking about the variances, not just in it of themselves, but in relation to this particular property, the streetscape, and the adjacent properties and buildings.
That's it? Okay. Okay, we appreciate not repeating what the other one said. So any question for this speaker? Okay, so we'll, now it's everybody else has spoken. So please, Ali Shams, could you please come back and address all those concerns?
Yes, I am here.
So please go ahead.
Okay. I just want to categorize and summarize the objections in a few categories and give a brief description on each category. First, in terms of the neighborhood character, this neighborhood has been developed maybe 100 years back. So there was no bylaw, this bylaw was not in effect. So by that time, you can see that the entrance of the existing home on 12 Otter Crescent is on the side yard, and it is not allowed anymore in terms of the new bylaw. If you want to build a new house, you have to put your front door in front yard. You're not allowed to put it on the side lot line. So when you are setting back 3 feet from the this lot line, you are not allowed even to punch a window on that wall in terms of the building code. So that's what makes this development different from the existing character of the neighborhood. But the development I have proposed, I think, is maintains the character of the neighborhood. It's respecting the materials used in here, but we have added a touch of contemporary, and we have added trace of time to this application. In terms of the dimensions, we have only requested the 68 centimeters, only 2 feet 3 inches increase in the building length, and the majority of it is taken from the front yard. The argument is that if we wanted to comply with the bylaw and keep the building length under 17 meters and comply the front yard setback with the bylaw, the back of the house would be ending up at a location even further back compared to our proposal, and it would block the rear view of the neighbor at number 10 Otter Crescent. And please note that all of this happens without having to ask for a building length or front yard setback variance if we wanted to comply with the zoning bylaw of 17 meters length. In terms of the privacy, we have proposed a deck. The deck, they are right, it is overlooking their property, but it can be mitigated by a privacy fence on both sides of the deck. However, we are open to remove those two variances regarding the deck, and we can remove variances number 1 and 6 in order to remove that privacy issue. Regarding the,
excuse me, you're for accommodation, you want to make change. What variance you want to remove?
Number 1 and 6.
Number 1 and 6 are removed. Thank you. Okay. So,
yeah. Another argument is that because the lots are getting shorter from north to south, so the house at number 10 has a very, very short building depth. The lot depth. So the house is very, very close at number 10. It's very, very close to the rear lot line. And that's why it is aligned with our backyard. I mean, the one-story frame you can see on the drawing is aligned with our wood deck. But in order to mitigate this problem, we will remove that wood deck. There was another comment about the balcony privacy. The balcony, the number 10 said that is overlooking their property. But I should say that it is being blocked by a wall of the master washroom. If you go to drawings, elevation drawings, I can explain it to you more.
Okay, let's see. No, let's see if there's any questions. You already passed your 5 minutes. Now, you're removing 6 and 1. Anything else change you said you make? Or that's it?
No, that's it.
That's it. You're leaving number 8, which is 2 meters higher, right?
Excuse me, can I add one more comment?
What's that?
Can I add one more comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of the building height, we are in compliance with the new bylaw. But the only variance, I mean, 2 variances regarding the height is with the old bylaw of North York, which we are not in compliance, and the main wall height.
Okay.
But both of them are precedented in previous applications.
Okay, got it. So you remove 6 and 1. Let's see what the members have to say. Any question for the speaker? He's removing variance number 1 and variance number 6. Mr. Tarodi, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's not a question, or maybe it's a question to clarification. So the applicant mentioned that they don't have any rear yard setback, but variance number 5 is actually a rear yard setback, because when he was explaining about the front yard, he said that otherwise, if I want, so I want just a clarification regarding variance number 4 and 5.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, I mean, if we have 2 variances regarding front yard and rear yard, but if we move the building and put it on the front yard required setback, and we only proposed a building of 17 meters long, so it would block the number 10 house even further back. We had at that time we had the rear yard setback as well.
Okay. So you're not making any other change, right?
These 2 changes, yes.
There's just 2 changes here. Okay, thank you. Any other question? If not, can I have a motion then, please? Mr. Tarodi?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. I was listening to applicant and also the neighbors regarding the mass of the building and the length and the height. So as what applicant mentioned, the height is based on the new bylaw. He comply. It's just the variance number 8 is as per the old bylaw. That's why we have that there. And then, so therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the following changes. Variance number 1 eliminated, variance number 6 eliminated, and also would like to, the applicant provide privacy screening 1.5 meter at both sides of the deck and the back, and also subjected to urban forestry memo.
Yes, forestry, yeah, thank you. Okay, second. Can I have a second, please? Mr. Hunt seconding, all in favor? Opposed? Ms. Manning is opposing. So, sir, your application is approved, subject to those changes you made and subject to forestry and subject to the screening around the deck, okay? So that's...
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Application number 18, which is 255 Snowden Avenue. Application number 18. And here we have Nafise Zanjiabadi. Are you there? Mr. Zanjiabadi? Is he there? Female. Oh, okay. Okay. Miss Nafise Zanjiabadi, are you there?
Nafise, you are unmuted. You should be able to speak.
We can't have the residents before.
Mr. Chair, let's move on to item 19 while we try to get in touch with Nafise.
Thank you. Okay. Application number 19, which is 23 Longsdale Avenue, Longsdale Drive. Application number 19, 23 Longsgate Drive, application number 19. And here we have Richard Lebrac. Are you there?
I am, yes.
Yeah, could you please state your name and address, please?
Oh, so you can hear me? Great. Okay, yes. Richard Lebrac, architect, 3414 Yonge Street, Toronto.
Okay, so this is just for a carport, and you have two variances, and staff report is having just a condition to build in accordance to site plan, west and west, east and west elevation. No, site plan and west elevation drawings. Are you okay with that?
I am, yes.
Okay, so let's see what the members say. Do we need the presentation here?
No.
No? Miss Ataro, do you had your hand? Presentation or not?
No,
No.
If there's no other question, I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Please go ahead.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, this is a very straightforward application, and I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition of the staff, that the proposal be developed substantially according with the site plan drawings and the west elevation. That's it.
That's it.
We don't know.
Thank you. Second, Miss Manning. Okay, and all in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay, so unanimous decision with the application and just the staff condition for the site plan and west elevation drawing. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
So if 18 is not there, we move to 21. Okay, we'll go to 21. Application number 21, which is 576 Millwood Road, application number 21.
Hello again, committee. My name is Mike DeOliveira. I'm here representing 576 Millwood Road.
Oh,
with
great.
replacement design at
Very-
911 Davenport Road.
Very good. You're one step ahead of me. Thank you. Okay.
No worries.
Okay, so this is for a rear addition and back ancillary structure. We have 8 variances here. Staff reports modify per applicant and the condition. And we have 4 letters of support. So there is nobody else to speak here, but because of the changes, we'd like you to make a 5-minute presentation and tell us what you're changing to. Do you want to make the changes first?
Certainly, I can just go through the changes here.
Yeah.
So in order of the public notice, item number 1, there is no change. That one stays the same. Item 2, the FSI. Originally, we had proposed 1.08. The revision has brought us down to 1.05 times the area of the lot.
Excuse me, they mentioned 3, 5, 6, and 8. Now you're changing number 2?
Yeah, number 1 stays the same.
Right.
Item number 2 changes from 1.08 to 1.05.
Thank you.
And I can give you the square meters as well if you'd like.
Okay, number of, please going.
Okay. So number 3 gets revised from 0 setback to 0.62 meter side yard setback facing the flanking street on the east.
Okay.
Number 4, no change. Number 5, the exterior stair setback is no longer required. We now comply with this variant.
That's removed, okay.
And same with number 6. That's no longer required for the eaves. We're now in compliance there.
Okay, and number 8?
Number 7, in relation to the soft landscaping, that gets better as well. We're now at 47.3%, so 63.74 square meters.
Okay, and number 8, okay.
And number 8 changes to 0.63 side yard setback.
Boy, is a different.
From 0.
Okay, it's a different application now. Okay, number 2 is changed to 1.08. Number 3, you change is number 3 stays the same?
No, number 3 changed to 0.62.
Oh, 0.62, I got it, sorry. And number 5 is removed, number 6 removed, number 7 changed to 47.3%, and number 8 changed to 0.63. Okay, so it's important to change this so they can record them on the system. So please go ahead and make your presentation. We'll give you the 5 minutes.
Certainly. So, as you mentioned, we're here to receive approval for a 2-story rear addition and garage. There are no variances actually related to the garage minus the soft landscaping in the rear. The variances are similar to other approvals that the committee has granted in the past. And our clients have spoken to many of the neighbors, as you mentioned, collecting 4 letters of support. And we also have verbal support from the attached neighbor and that to the rear. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get a letter in time for the hearing, but our client has had extensive discussions with them and they are okay with the application. We also had extensive discussions with Denise from Community Planning over the last few weeks, adjusting the application to something that they'd be more in line with supporting, hence the changes to the variances that we're seeking today. Essentially, the changes we did to satisfy planning was to push in the addition from the side property line that faces Cleveland Street to give a bit more of a setback there. That's why most of our variances are reduced or increased from the 0 setback we were originally asking to 0.62 in order to comply with the changes that planning was looking for. So with all these changes, as I mentioned, our FSI gets improved, our setbacks, soft landscaping, everything kind of gets a little bit better here. So it helps in fitting with the character of the neighborhood and the zoning bylaw a little bit more as we moved forward. Upon designing the addition, it was important to our clients that we limit the increase of the overall footprint, and we achieve this by limiting the second floor and first story addition to that of the attached neighbor at 574. So we're keeping in line, if you look at our site plan, with both levels of their own home and additions. This step in also on the east side helps to minimize the overall impact. Although we're asking for a 1.05 floor space index, we're well in line with other approvals on the street, such as 355 Millwood that had an approval for 1.04 FSI. There's also some others beyond our FSI that were permitted within the 500 meters of our lot. And I believe the rest of the variances are quite minor when you consider this to be a corner lot. The majority of the requirement for 0.9 setback or beyond is mostly when we have homes that are side by side. This allows some area for people to travel from the backyards to the front yards without any impediments. In this case, having a corner lot here and there being plenty of space to the sidewalk and street, it's not as much of a concern as theoretically nothing will ever be built here. Perhaps just the street widening in the future if the city decides it's needed. But overall, our deck, stairs, all that kind of setback is matching our proposed addition. We did these changes to get community planning to be supportive, and they haven't raised any further concerns. So
that's it.
All of this, I believe, puts us in line. Open any questions you might have.
That's it?
Yes.
Thank you. There is nobody else registered here. Members, do we have any question with all those changes? If not, can I have a motion? And if you want the question to be repeated, I'll give it to you. Mr. Hunt, yeah. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm prepared to make a motion, but I'm just one quick question on variance 1. He mentioned a change, or not variance 1, variance 2. He did not change variance 2, and he did change variance 1?
No. He changed number 2 from 1.08 to 1.05. And that's the staff.
Okay.
So the staff didn't ask for that one. He added that one.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the staff asked only to change, modify number 3, 5, 6, and 8. And he also changed number 2 on his own.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. That clarifies it. I'm prepared to make a motion that on the basis of the applicant agreeing to the changes detailed, which I won't repeat, I would move approval of this application.
Okay. Those are the changes he made. And I believe there is another condition from the staff in accordance with site plan, the building platform and setback. There was a condition. The staff report said modify variances per applicant, which he did. And the other one is to build in accordance with site plan and building.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So you're okay with that? You're okay with that condition?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So do I have a second, please? Ms. Satarodi seconding. All in favor? Okay. Thank you. Unanimous. Sir, your application is unanimous, subject to those changes you made and subject to the staff condition. Do you want me to repeat them or they're yours? You're okay with
No, that's okay. We've had extensive discussions with them, so we're well aware. Thank you very much, committee.
They're yours. You don't want me to repeat them. They're yours. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now,
have a good afternoon. Take care.
Okay. Go back to the, see if they're here. What was it? Number 18? 18, yeah. Number 18. 18, that was Mr. Nafise. Nafise Zanzabadi, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm good, thank you.
Good. Yeah, we were waiting for you. So could you please, what we have here, we have a new dwelling with one variance only, and forestry, that's it. So unfortunately, we have one more speaker here, and therefore we need you to make a small presentation. Is Salvatore there?
I don't have Salvatore on, but I do have someone named Sam, and it could be them.
That's it. Yeah. What's his name? Yeah, there's some. Yeah. So they're there online. Yeah. Okay. So we have somebody to speak here, and therefore we need you to make a small presentation. Please go ahead.
Yes, this application was before a committee a few months ago, and the reason we're back is that we were missing a variance for the side yard setback because there was a right-of-way to the side of the property, and we had to move the building. It was encroaching into the right-of-way, so we had to move the building for 6 inches to the east. So it creates one side yard variance for the east. And staff had no concern. As far as we know, our neighbors hadn't any concern. I'm surprised someone is there. I'm happy to listen to their comments. So the only reason is that the right-of-way that is on the side. So we had to move the building. We had no other choice.
Yeah, it looks like it's straightforward, but we have somebody here who wants to speak.
Sure.
Okay, so this is, who's it? Rosanna Stephanie, yeah? Who's here?
We have Sam.
Sam? Okay. Sam, are you there? Sam, I don't have Sam registered here, but anyway. There is Salvatore Marinucci and Rosanna Stefani. Huh? Yeah,
Sam, you're unmuted.
yeah. Yeah, in email there is a Sam, yeah. Thank you.
22 Green Road.
Sam Marinucci, are you there? Is he really online? Yeah.
Sam, he just muted himself. Sam, please speak.
Sorry, this is Sam, but I'm here for 202 Rena Road.
Okay, so it's not the same person. Thanks, Sam.
So he's not, that's it. Yeah, there's only one variance here. He said he's here for what? Another file. Oh, another file, gee. So he wrote the wrong file. Yeah, because this is one variance. There is no, members, can I question or can I have a motion there, please? Ms. Attarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. It's a very straightforward application. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to urban forestry.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Manning seconding. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Zandiabadi, your application is approved unanimously, subject to the forestry. Okay, number 22, which is Belgrave. Number 22, Belgrave Avenue, application number 22. And here we have 22, we have Ali Shakiri.
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi, you're keeping us busy today, yeah?
It's just two of them.
Okay, all right, we like it. So that's 22. 22, yeah. So that's that we have here a new dwelling. We got 9 variances, forestry condition, and transportation report had originally removed number 7, but they changed it to no objection. So you're the only one here, but because there are a number of variances, please make a short presentation.
Yes, actually you mentioned everything. I didn't want to make any presentation, but this is, we're asking for the coverage, which is the usual variance here, because of the shape of the lot. We have generated some variances to the front yard and the side yard. It's very similar to my previous application. So the front of the house is kind of poking into the corner. So is the side of the house, and we are slightly actually increasing the height. And as you mentioned, the transportation was requesting removal of a variance, but they changed to the new one, no objection. So if there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer.
Thank you. Any questions for this gentleman? No? If no questions, can I have a motion there, please? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this application is pretty straightforward, and as I understand it, transportation, who originally recommended refusal of variance 7, has rescinded that recommendation. So subject to urban forestry requirements dated May 19th, I move approval.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Sir, your application is approved, subject to just the forestry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 30, Glencairn Avenue. And here we have number 23, which is 30 Glencairn, and application number 23. And here we have Tony Henriquez. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Henriquez. I'm the agent for this property.
And could you tell us your address, please, your own address?
It's 543 Concord Avenue.
Okay, so we have here just proposal to enclose existing veranda, one variance is minor. Members, do we need a presentation? No, okay. So, sir, we don't need the presentation. Do you want to make any comments before we move to the decision?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Can I have a motion there, please? Mr. Tarodi?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair, it's a very straightforward application. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Hunt, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Your application unanimously approved. You see, you made a good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. You have a good committee.
Thank you. Okay, so members, what do you need for lunch? 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, 3 hours?
3 hours is great. 30 minutes?
30 minutes? Okay, 30 minutes it is. So maybe you can advertise. We're back in, what time is it now? It's
2:30.
Yeah, 3 o'clock. That's a good idea. We return back at 3 o'clock. So we're only 1 hour behind. Right? Yeah, we were supposed to start at 2 o'clock, right?
Yeah, after a 1 hour lunch.
Yeah. So we're starting at 3 instead of starting at 2.
Yeah, but we didn't get a 1 hour lunch.
Well,